Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hey, Chris, can you turn your microphone on? And I just want to test to see if you can hear and if we can hear you.
Sure. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. How do I sound?
You sound perfect. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Jim's testing microphone. Can you hear me, Sherry?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Sherry, this is Andy. Just testing to make sure you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Andy.
Can you hear me, Sherry? It's Cheryl.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome.
Test. Test, Terry. Can you hear? Okay.
Okay, being 5 o'clock, I'll call the meeting to order. Couple of announcements before you go. As you can see, we're pretty thin when it comes to directors. So we might be a little longer because we do have them on Teams. And we have Councillor Lennox up. So we do have the people available to ask any questions or stuff. And I got to remember all that, and I ask everyone to be patient. So I'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Treaty 6 land, the home of the Métis, and I'll ask everyone to rise and the city clerk to say the prayer.
O God, let us each in our own way ask your wisdom and guidance in our deliberations. Help us to incorporate into all our decisions those values which will enable us to fulfill our mission, to act as responsible stewards, and to respect and value the cultural and spiritual traditions of all citizens of the City of Prince Albert. For this we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start with number 3, approval of the agenda. Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the agenda for this meeting be approved as presented and that the presentations, delegations, and speakers listed on the agenda be heard when called forward by the Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. I'll prompt the question. The question's now open. Councillor Zepp.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. A declaration of conflict of interest. We all understand that if you have a conflict of any item, you must declare it and to notify the city clerk when the item comes up when you excuse yourself. Number 5, adoption of the minutes. Councillor Miller.
That the minutes of the regular council meeting held December 13, 2021, and the special council meeting held December 15, 2021 be taken, read, and adopted.
Thank you. Councillor Kilmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll second that.
Thank you. I'll prompt the question. Question's now open. Councillor Zepp.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Those are the proclamations. I only had one this term. 6.1, Wear Red, Canada Day, February 13th, 2022. Number 7, presentations, we have none. Number 8, delegations. And so we have, public hearings. And so we have 2, 8.1, bylaw number 24 of 21 to rezone 585 19th Street East. And I'll open the floor for anyone from the public as the hearing is now declared open. And I see there's no one from the public to address the matter. So I will close the debate to the public and go to council for their motion, please. Sorry. Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that bylaw number 24 of 2021 be given a second and third readings today.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Miller.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll prompt the question. The question is open. Councillor Zepp.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. City Clerk.
Mayor Dion, we now have bylaw number 24 of 2021 to amend zoning bylaw number 1 of 2019 to rezone 585 19th Street East from R3 medium density residential to CMU commercial mixed use. The bylaw is for second and third reading today.
Thank you. Councillor Head.
I'll move that bylaw number 24 of 2021 be read a second time.
And leave your mic on, please. Okay. Counselor Miller?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I hear none. I'll prompt the question. We'll have to check hers in a minute then, okay? Okay, I prompt the question. Counselor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Who? Who am I missing?
Sorry, I thought I pressed it.
Oh, okay. No, you did now. Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, and then let's watch Charlene's because I don't think yours came on. Counselor Head?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that bylaw number 24 of 2021 be read a third time and passed, and that bylaw number 24 of 2021 be now adopted, sealed, and signed by the mayor and city clerk.
Thank you. Oh, it's on there. It shows that she's live. What happened?
I'll second, Mayor Dion.
Oh, it's live. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it didn't show it, but it. Okay, it's now open. Counselor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, now I'll go to bylaw number 26, rezone 1460 7th Street East. Councillor Cody.
Yes, Your Worship, I move that bylaw number 26 of 2021 be given second and third readings.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Gilmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll second that.
Thank you. I'll prompt the question. Oop, we have a question. Hang on. Councillor Zierakowski.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, this change of land use that's being proposed will certainly have a change to the community existing, pre-existing in that area. I wonder if somebody can describe to us the conversation, the process, insofar as chatting with the neighbors around that location, the public consultation involved, and if we received any feedback as
Okay.
to this proposed change.
Thank you. We'll bring on the Director of Planning. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Zierakowski, for the question. What I can say is that for this rezoning process, we did go through our standard public notice requirements. We did not receive any feedback from the public. However, to your point, any redevelopment of that site will require a development permit application. We have extra public notice requirements for a development permit as well. And you'll recall a couple of years ago, City Council added a couple extra provisions into our public notice requirements. So depending on what that use is, we are able to go above and beyond those minimum standards to ensure that the public is involved. So this is for rezoning only. And to your point, we will be doing additional development permit requirements, building permit, and subsequent public notice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll go back to the motion then. I'll prompt the question. The question's now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Mayor Dion, we now have bylaw number 26 of 2021 to amend zoning bylaw number 1 of 2019 to rezone 1460 7th Street East from CMU commercial mixed use to R4 high density residential. Bylaws for second and third reading today.
Thank you. Councillor Cody.
Yes, I move that bylaw number 26 of 2021 be read a second time.
Thank you. Councillor Gilmer.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? I see no one else coming up in the queue, so I'll prompt the question. The question is now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Councillor Cody?
Yes, I move that bylaw number 26 of 2021 be read a third time and passed, and that bylaw number 26 of 2021 be now adopted, sealed, and signed by the mayor and city clerk.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Gilmore, thank you. I see no one in the queue, so I'll prompt the question. The question's now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Now, if you just give me 1 minute here. Okay, at this moment, Councillor, as I'm going to start reports, I'm going to move to 11:10. We do have some people in the audience that are here only for questions. And so I'm going to move item 11:10 forward. 11:10 is a lease agreement for the use of municipal reserve land, 1780 Blackwood Drive. Councillor Cody.
Yes, Your Worship. I am going to agree with the recommendation of the administration, and just to say a word or two, that I'm not necessarily a person who likes to close walkways and or easements or anything like that. I'm not a person that likes to do that. But in this particular case here, Dennis and Cindy have done a lot of work in that area to save and allow there to be local traffic go through. They're not saying you can't use the road, you can't use the easement. All they're saying is that we'd like to store a trailer on part of the easement, and we'll lease that from you, and the balance of it can stay for the use of the public. And they put a lot of work into this area. This area was developed by Dennis and his wife, and they put a pile of work in there. That side alone, he put about $8,000 or $9,000 worth of work in doing grass work, killing off the weeds, doing all measure of things, putting lawn in. And each year he goes about to get weed person in, the weed man in, and they pay about $1,000, him and a group of others, to keep the weeds down. Well, had he not done that, we'd have had to do that, or else it would have been a mess. So in all of that, I think it's worthy of us allowing this particular item to go forward. So I'm prepared to move the item.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Head?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Bodnick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just need to explain the reason why I'm going to vote the way I am. It's different, but it's similar to our third request for public land to be fenced off or leased by private residents. And in the previous two applications, I voted against. And my reasons is that public land is there for a reason. It's public. And the access needs, that land needs to have access by all members of the public. And I don't want us to start allowing residents to lease or rent public lands. And so I know the microbes and I feel bad about it, but I have to vote no on this one. And just for the simple reason to be consistent in my arguments that public land needs to stay in the hands of the public. And we can't lease it, rent it, or give it, sell it for private use. And so I will be voting no. Difficult decision, but I need to explain my vote.
Thank you. Councillor Head?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I did look at the report. I mean, it's pretty clear. It's not taking up all the easements. I'm very mindful of our park space, and I know these applications may come forward from time to time. Now, I did look at your property and I did see that there's no sidewalk there, there's no access through there, and it looks like you're not asking for that whole chunk and limiting people's, if they do happen to walk through your yard, because I do feel that this chunk is very much part of your yard as I went and looked at it this afternoon. So I think this one makes sense, and definitely I feel, you know, there is some access to Miller Hill Park as well, even with this application coming forward, so I'm going to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question for Director of Planning.
Okay.
I just heard tonight that this is the third one coming forward. Well, it is of recent times, but I know that there's been several approved over the years. And so the Director, do you have an estimate on how many other chunks of little plots we have from parks or from any other that used to be public land that we're leasing or we've sold off previously?
Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Edwards. Like you've alluded to, this is a third that we've looked at in the last couple of years. But leasing public land certainly isn't something that we don't deal with on a yearly basis. I would suggest up to around 15 or 20 different pieces of land we do lease out for one fashion or another. And I will also note that they are typically for about 5-year terms. This one is for a 3-year, so it does give council the opportunity to reconsider it in the future as well. But certainly something that we've dealt with on numerous occasions in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zierikowski.
Thank you. I'm curious with this piece of land here. I imagine it's been used in the past to park RVs, trailers, boats, not just moving forward. So I'm curious of this space, the width of this. Once, if this does get passed, what is the width of the public space left over?
Sir, you have to go to the microphone.
Or does the director have the answer?
Does the director, you have the answer?
I believe so.
Okay.
In our discussions, we're suggesting that 8 feet be left over. And I will note that that is also going to be part of the lease agreement. And I do want to mention as well that, you know, our beautiful Rotary Trail runs to the east of this property as well. So as the past councillors suggest, there is adequate access to the hill and to the green space to the north.
Okay, so I missed that when I went by then. So how far away is the Rotary Trail from this location that provides access to Miller Hill Park? Because it doesn't show on the map.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. So there's 2 sets of duplexes, I do believe. So I would suggest that the Rotary Trail is, you know, roughly less than a block.
It's on the other side.
To the east, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, because that was my concern, is providing access to Miller Hill Park for the neighborhood kids. And I'm sure there would be some hesitation of kids walking by your trailer on that 8-foot wide strip of public land. And it sounds like there's adequate access within a block, is what I heard, on the Rotary Trail to get to the Miller Hill Park. Is that right? Within a block?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so just so I'm, you're talking about also around the trail where it runs in between the city and Adanac Point. Am I in the right spot? Yep.
Yes, you are.
Okay, I understand it then. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Tara Lennox up, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a comment is that I appreciate what I've heard today and the questions and answers. It is not an easy decision. However, I believe I will be voting no on this topic for the same reasons that were provided by Councillor Ogrodnik, that leaving public space to be utilized by the public. But I do appreciate the details and the answers that we received today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with nobody else in the queue. Oh, Councillor Zierikowski, follow up?
Sorry, yeah,
No problem.
this is a tough one for sure, because it impacts people directly and the neighborhood as well. Did we get any feedback from the neighborhood? And I guess my other one is, if this home changes ownership, does the lease go with it? Or is it null and void if the home changes ownership?
Good question. Director?
Yeah, thank you. Good questions, Councilor Zurakowski. This agreement is not going to be placed on title of the property, and there are some specific clauses in the agreement that is specific to this owner as well. So I would suggest that if this property was to change hands, the new owner would have to contemplate a new agreement with the city. We did some informal communication to the public with the closure of this walkway or the lease of this walkway, and we did hear that their preference was to have it left open or some sort of access. Originally, the request was to lease the entire walkway, but we feel that we've found a middle ground with the tie crabs in leaving a portion of the walkway open, and that was the main focus of what we heard from the residents.
Councilor Kilmer?
Thank you very much. For the director, or perhaps if he's
Director.
not able to answer. I didn't notice a worn pathway that kids are using that currently. Has that been a practice of kids not going through that pathway in the past 5-10 years?
Okay, Director? Just wait down.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Kilmer. Frankly, the tie crabs would be able to answer that better than I can, but as I believe Councillor Head spoke to, there is not a paved pathway or a cement pathway, so it certainly isn't one that is accessed very often, especially with the rotary trail right there. But I think the tie crabs would be able to give you a bit of a clearer answer there.
Okay, do you wish that?
Perhaps, please.
Clear. I need you to go to the microphone, and I'll prompt you to speak. I'll let you know when I have you ready. Oh, just hang on.
It turned red.
Just wait. Yep. Okay, you go
Hello?
ahead now, sir. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, when I first came to this property to develop it 8 years ago, it was simply weeds, broken beer bottles, and other debris that I don't want to mention. So it spent thousands of dollars to clean it up. We now have families coming in the summertime that I don't recognize playing in that area that I developed. And so the pathway, there was no pathway. So when I hear about this pathway, maybe someone has a map that says there's a pathway, but there literally was no pathway. So I had my camper there during construction, and it kind of developed into that, and there was an access there for the public to go through. It's about 80 feet from that spot to the paved public pathway to go down and across the toboggan hill. So that's what 99% of the people use. Up till now, I have kept it clear with snow, and there's been 2 people this winter that have went through to use the toboggan hill through there, even though I've kept that path clear. I know that because I'm there every day, and I'm the guy that removes all the snow.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
That
Thank
does.
you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, okay, any other questions? Hearing none, I'll prompt the question. Questions now open. Councillor Zepp?
No.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, sir. If you and your wife would like to go, we have quite a long agenda. So thank you. Be safe out there, sir. Okay. Boy, Jody, you're getting pretty lonely in that room. You're the only one left beside the media. Okay, so we'll move on to reports of administration and committees. 11.1, development permit for personal service establishment, 305 38th Street East. Councillor Kilmer.
Yes, I'd like to move that the development permit application for personal services establishment to be located at 305 38th Street East be approved.
Thank you. Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions? I see none in the queue, so I'll move on to the vote. The vote is now open. Councillor Zepp.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. (11.2) Development permit application shelter, 107th 8th Street East. Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a comment to make, but I'm going to move this motion as soon as we get some tech difficulties sorted out. I can move this without the screen.
Just have a minute, Councillor Head.
Tony, you just have to go.
Oh, there we go. Okay. This time continue without taking us out.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the development permit application for a shelter be located at 107 8th Street East be approved until April 30th, 2022. And I also have a comment as well.
Okay, once I get a second, I'll come back to you.
So I'll second that, so I'll leave floor
Thank
to
you.
my colleague.
Okay, Councillor Head. Oop. Yep.
Thank you. You know, I feel that this motion is one that is needed, very much needed within our city, and I think we can all agree to that. These have been ongoing issues throughout this at least this year, and ongoing, I guess, for a long time in Prince Albert. But this shelter would assist with some of the most vulnerable having a place to sleep at night, because I know there's some limitations to the current shelter we have in Exhibition Center. So more than happy to put this motion and support this motion. And I want to say that the group that are running this shelter is doing a great job, and I know this would be appreciated and needed within our city. So very much I'm going to approve this motion.
Councillor Bodnick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am going to support this and see that there is a need for these shelters. My question to either finance or to the director of planning, has the organizers of this shelter asked, other than us approving this, because we have to approve the shelter, asked for any financial assistance from the city, or has any of the other organizations like Our House, you know, YWCA's Our House, or Bernice Isa, any of these groups that are helping the vulnerable right now in Prince Albert, have they asked the city for financial assistance at all? And in particular, this particular shelter, have they asked?
Okay, I can speak on this one, and then I'll confirm it with the director, because I was going to actually thank Jeff Desmond from the Grand Council and our city manager, Jim Toy. They tag teamed the Minister of Social Services, Minister Carr, and actually got $88,000 from the province to fund the shelter.
$88,000?
$88,000, and we had no request from either organization. What they asked us for is we moved swiftly to approve their location, which we did, and we're just reaffirming it today. And then also, those two worked hard to get the funding. Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Ogrodnik, for the question. This shelter is being operated under the Prince Albert Grand Council Urban Services. And to your question, we have not received any formal correspondence requesting funding. I will note for the Stepping Stones shelter, which Prince Albert Grand Council is affiliated as well, the City of Prince Albert was able to secure another $30,000 for that project as well, which was used for all the renovations and things like that.
And we got that money from the province?
That was from the federal government program.
From the, oh, so we
Federal,
got both
okay.
federal and provincial.
Okay,
Thank you.
So
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
sir.
Thank you for the answer. I appreciate that answer. And so, and I appreciate the fact that the city is working with the other levels of government that provide social services and provide mental health services and all these other services to our community and to the residents of Prince Albert. It's not the job of the city of Prince Albert. Each one of us, each level of government has a responsibility. Our responsibility is to make sure that we zone the building properly, and that our responsibility is to make sure that there's police protection. And we spend a lot of money on policing in the city, and we provide the police protection for not only this shelter, but the stepping stones for I know Homeward Bound, which is in my ward. We spend a lot of money as a community where it should be spent in policing of these particular shelters. When a group does want to come forward and ask money, that's when we need to make sure that we address that properly. And if we have the resources and if we have the budget, then I will speak in favor of those requests if they do come from those organizations. But right now, I'm very happy that Natalie is doing a fantastic job there. And before I get, I'll just say she's doing a fantastic job there in organizing this and getting this going and up and running. I've talked to her on a number of occasions, and she's very happy with the way things are going there. So it's a great thing that we're doing, and thank you, Councillor Head, for moving the motion, and Councillor Zukowski for seconding it.
Councillor Kilmer.
Question for the mayor. This is just formalizing this, I'm just talking about a time frame. This is formalizing this motion. We had discussed this earlier as a council, and because we had not met, things behind the scenes were able to happen and happen as quickly as possible. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, what we did is we actually got the request on a Friday morning, and no, the Friday before they opened, so 3 weeks ago now. We got the request, and unfortunately our process says it has to come to an open meeting of council, but I emailed all of council and told them this is the procedure, but I would like to authorize it to open immediately, and do I have your support? And just so you know, it passed unanimously, all members of council. And I want to thank you for how quickly you responded to me as well, because by noon, we had the authority to open. So we told Jeff Desmond for the Grand Council to go ahead and open, and then on today, we will finalize it, and we only authorized it till the end of January, because it had to be approved by council, and so now, this motion will confirm the date that it opened, and also confirm that it can operate till April 30th of this year. You're welcome. Okay, I'll prompt the question. Okay, the question's now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes unanimously again. Thank you. Okay, 11.3, renewal of an agreement with the Saskatchewan Association Resource Recovery Corporation. Councillor Cody.
Yes, Your Worship, I agree with the motion, and I will make the motion that the renewal agreement between the city and the Saskatchewan Association of Resource Recovery Corporation for the operation of an eco-center to collect used motor oil, oil filters, antifreeze, and containers be renewed for a 5-year term from January 1st, 2022 to December 26th, 2026, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute the renewal agreement on behalf of the city once prepared.
Thank you. Councillor Kilmer.
I'd like to second it and make a...
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just would like to encourage everyone, if this does pass, that they do take advantage of the Eco Center. It raises $17,000 a year, and it's just by bringing your oil and antifreeze to the landfill, and is at a source of income for our city.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll prompt the question. Uh-oh. What did I do here? I've got the regional renewal agreement. I'm taking notes, Dennis. Yeah.
You use this one because you used the license for 1780. You never went to 1110.
Okay, use this one. Okay. I have it ready. It is now open. Counselor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, 11.4, water treatment plant upgrades. Counselor Gilmer?
I'd be pleased to move that the firm quotation from Delco Automation for the upgrades to the programmable logic controls and supervisory control and data acquisition at the water treatment plant in the amount of $387,866.75, including tax, be approved, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute the agreement and any other.
Counselor Brodnick?
Thank you. I'll second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I see no one in the queue for discussion. So, water treatment plant, I have it. Okay, it's now open. Counselor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Zierakowski? No problem. Motion carries. 11.5, Prince Albert Airport electrical rehabilitation.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. At least we know how to fix it.
I don't.
Oh, you don't? All else fails, unplug it, folks. Sorry, Councillor Brodnick was on the queue before you.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
I was.
Oh, sorry.
I'll move it then. That
Okay.
the Prince Albert Airport Airfield electrical project be approved for a total cost of $3,059,663.96, including PST, and that the Prince Albert Airport Airfield electrical rehabilitation tender be awarded to Signal Electric for $2,524,349.96, including PST, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute the agreement and any other applicable documents on behalf of the city once prepared.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Edwards?
I'll second that, your worship.
Thank you. Any discussion? I see no one in the queue, so I'm prompting the question. Questions now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. 11.6, 2021 Recreation Facility Grant Program, second intake. Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move this motion that the following be approved under the second intake of 2021 Recreation Facility Grant Program and funded from the Community Service Building Reserve. Number one, East End Community Club receives $3,885.98 for the removal and installation of the north entry door along the maintenance on the ice plant, along with maintenance on the ice plant, electrical and other minor maintenance in the rink. Two, Midtown Community Club received $5,000 for repair to the boiler system. And three, Hazeldale Community Club received $4,451 for upgrades to the lighting system and changing to the LED lighting on the outdoor rink.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Brodnick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Discussion, Councillor Zerikowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in favor of this, spending money at the community clubs for sure, absolutely. But I have a question mostly brought to me by young families that have gone out to Hazeldale this past winter already, and even last year, my recollection is they've gone there a few times and they've given up because there's snow on the ice and they can't utilize the outdoor rink. And so I'm trying to find out anecdotally if that's just a one-off or if there's a number of days throughout the winter where it can't be used because the snow is on the rink and it's not being cleaned. So I guess I need to get back to these folks. And if we're going to spend money in outdoor lights, I'm hopeful that whatever's going on there, that rink is being supported and being used by the community. Because I know people from this side of the river go there as well, because it's a nice quiet rink.
Yeah, yeah,
So I wonder
and
if
it's
anybody
and
can
it's a
help me on
mini,
that?
so it's
Yeah.
kind of nice. Yeah, I'll go to the Director of Community
It gets
Services.
so dark so early in the winter, it's nice to be able to go there after dark.
Yeah, I'll go to the Director of Community Services. Jody Boulay.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Dion. And to Councillor Zerikowski's inquiry, I did make a note of the concern. I think it would be prudent if I followed up with our sport and recreation manager just to see what exactly the operating issue could be there. My understanding is these rinks are available 7 days a week. That is to be the case. So we'll need to get an answer as to if they're having some type of operational issue or if there's a resource issue or something that we could possibly assist with to make sure that accessibility is there.
Thank you, sir. Okay, any other comments, questions?
Tara Lennox-Up, please.
Go ahead.
A question for the Director of Community Services. You'd mentioned that the expectation is that these outdoor rinks are operating 7 days a week. East Hill Community Rink, I'll mention, I guess this is a question. On a weekday at noon, that rink was locked, and it's an outdoor rink. Young children wanted to use it. And I guess this, I don't know, but if that could maybe be part of the, determining. I know that we rely on wonderful volunteers that do a great job, but I think maybe communication might help us on that. Does the director have any thoughts on daytime, kind of noon time for these outdoor rinks and the rink being locked or not?
Director.
Thank you, Mayor Dion. To Councillor Lennox-Sepp's inquiry regarding East Hill, I know in these community club operations, yes, certainly rely on the volunteer aspect, but they also do hire staff as well. So it's a combination. In some cases in the daytime, there could be factors, as Councillor Zerikowski mentioned, the concern around snow not being removed. We have been seeing quite a bit of that this year, obviously. So that could lead to some disruptions during the day. They get it maybe cleared off during the day, available for the evening when we do have our peak attendance times out there after school. But some of those factors I can certainly follow up on just regarding the accessibility. When we don't receive snow and the ice is maintained and it's clear and ready to go, the intent of the rinks aren't to be locked up. So if they do have some type of maintenance that's to be completed, or maybe it's locked for that reason, some signage or some communication ahead of time that maybe people can check. Or if they arrive at the rink, they see a sign is up due to maintenance concerns, or that's just an example I'm providing. I think that would be beneficial so people know why.
That's much appreciated. And if you're interested in the date, I'm talking about last Thursday at noon, if anyone's interested in that. I also just had a comment regarding the Hazeldale rink. And of course, I think the best is the director, what the director said. But I can just add, if anyone's interested, if the individual that Councillor Zerikowski was talking about uses Facebook at all, there is on Facebook, if you looked up the words Hazeldale Community Hall, they do put postings about their rink and the rink being cleared off, and they do make postings about the rink, and that might help that individual perhaps. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I do know there are some ice surfaces out there that have certain hours, weekdays, for 4 o'clock after school till 9 o'clock. And also weekends from 1 or noon until 8 o'clock are some of the hours out there. So they are restricted, and it was kind of surprised me a little bit that the expectation is to leave them open, because I don't think too many of them are open just as a go out anytime. I do know that most of them are operated by staff. And so inside the changing room areas, they have staff in there and they have people clearing the snow there. But I wasn't aware that the doors on the ice surface should be open. And it kind of surprises me just because vandalism occurs on a regular basis. So I don't know, maybe we need to clarify that a little bit. I also do know that it snowed almost every day. So I think some of the community clubs are struggling with clearing the snow, and lots of them contract the snow removals. Yeah, it's a signal, sit down. Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
I won't ask where it came from. From far away. Okay. You're up, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be
Good luck.
brief so I don't get cut off. It reminds me again of the 80s show, The Gong Show, where you talk too much or something, or you're singing and somebody gongs you, and then you have to stop and sit down. But being serious about this, I don't think it's reasonable that we put a lot of pressure on our community clubs. Our community clubs are volunteers. I think they do a fantastic job. And during the day, we have public skating at our Stewart, Kinsman, and Communiplex. And I don't know the hours, but I think it's almost every day that the public can go skating for free. I think it's free even to those facilities. And so that's what I would encourage somebody, if they wanted to go during the school hours, to go to one of the public skating rinks that's indoor, be a lot more pleasant for the little one that isn't in school. And then, as Councillor Edwards said, 4 o'clock when school is out, that's when the community clubs should have full sheets of ice going and having kids have fun out there. And I think that's what would be reasonable. They do a fantastic job, all of our community clubs, and I don't think we should put pressure on them to start opening earlier in the day, to be honest. If there's a school group that wants to book with that community club, fine, if they have the volunteers. But if you don't have the volunteers, I don't think it's reasonable to put more pressure on our community clubs.
Thank you. Director, you want to just add a little to the conversation?
Sorry, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. What I'm hearing, I think, is a communication improvement that we can make on the department's end with each of the community clubs. That Councillor Lennox Up mentioned the Hazeldale Community Club posts some of theirs on Facebook, but we could probably assist with centralizing some of that communication, find one stop for people to find the information, and respect the hours of operation that the clubs have set.
Absolutely, because it is their membership that directs the operation of those clubs. And I want to thank all them because they are volunteers, and we seem to be getting less and less a volunteer base, so I don't want to put any more pressure on that we have to, because I do appreciate the ones that are still there. Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just one thing I was going to say before I was interrupted by whatever that was. Often these clubs have little separate areas outside the board, little pond areas where it is open all the time. So I know a couple of them have that for sure. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to prompt the question. You want to say something, Councillor Zapp?
If I may I guess, does the director know offhand which facilities we have the small outdoor pond locations this year?
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Mayor Dion. I may just hesitate tonight to try to recall each of it on our summary. I know we do have it summarized as far as the amenities that are available at each, and we do promote that. So I think tomorrow morning, I have made a note that on the communication front, we can just confirm the information that we have released, maybe renew it, revisit it, make sure it's fresh and updated and available for the public. But if the public is interested, go into the citypa.ca website. We'll make sure we'll have that information available.
I appreciate that, and I just wanted to note that, yeah, I agree with what I've heard tonight. I certainly don't want to see any pressure put on our excellent volunteers. Just as the director said, I think maybe some communication and understanding of what the expectation is at the different rinks. And also, I wanted to say a thank you to the rink attendants that we do. Some of our community clubs pay rink attendants, as the director stated, and have paid staff that are clearing the ice. And I want to say thank you to those as well. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to prompt the question. Questions now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, 11.7, 2023 Community Grant Program Application, Saskatchewan Lotteries. Councillor Zarakowski.
I will move the following recommendations: that the city submit an application form for the funds through the Saskatchewan Lotteries Communication Grant Program for Sports, Culture and Recreation, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute the 2023 application form and any other required documentation on behalf of the city.
Thank you. Councillor Brodnick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion? I see no one in the queue, so I'm going to prompt the vote. The vote is now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. 11.8, Bylaw number 3, 2022, Amendment to Bylaw 22. Okay, Councillor Edwards?
I'll move that bylaw number 3 of 2022 be introduced and given 3 readings.
Thank you. Seconder?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Kilmer?
I have a question for finance. Is this the appropriate time?
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, in the report, it talks about the potential loss of $25,000, which would be approximately 500 shutoffs. I'm wondering why in the past, I guess my question would be, how many shutoffs would we typically have in the winter versus the summer?
Are you there, Cheryl?
Sorry. Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I had you unmuted.
Go ahead.
So I don't have the exact numbers right now. However, looking at some investigation with summer, you're talking about between the summer and winter rates here. The only reason why we have the winter rates is because of the large amount of time and equipment that may be used. But no, I don't have those numbers available for you right now.
I guess my question really relates to the idea that we talked about in the report, that there would be a $25,000, if we kept it at $50 for the summer and $50 for the winter, that there would be a potential of $25,000 loss. So I wonder why we would not just go with an average. You know, are there more shutoffs in the winter and less shutoffs in the summer? Would it be better served in terms of an average amount, you know, charging $85 or $100 for the year versus the $50 and the $150? I'm just wondering what would better serve our community and yet not have a loss of the $25,000.
Go ahead, Director.
Well, I don't have those numbers handy for you. It's just, these were rates that were set up some years ago. And the reason why is because of the winter time, the additional cost that's involved with it. So it's always been a higher charge in the winter time. We also try to, there may have been set, those rates may have been set as well to reduce people from shutting off their water with the curb stop as well. So it becomes quite the process in order to find the curb stop sometimes, dig out the curb stop, and with, depending on what the weather's like, it could break the curb stop as well.
Thank you.
So I'd have to get, I guess I'd have to do more research in order to get more information before I can answer that question.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I do support the motion because it's just reverting back to where we had it. It's not a change. It's not an increase. I wouldn't support it if it was an increase to the people, but it isn't. It's something I think we must have made a mistake when we passed it, and,
Correct.
and we're changing it. So to me, it's just reverting back.
Councillor Head?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. And in hearing that, I guess, you know, that it was just an oversight, and so capturing that. But I do want to say that I know there's letters gone out to residents to keep their water running, because it is cheaper at the end of the day to you know, run water versus digging up a street or a service connection to fix that water once it's frozen. So I get the, you know, this is kind of a deterrent, and as we can see outside our front yards, there's a ton of snow, and it costs a lot of effort to move that snow. And rather than coming in there in the summer and just dusting off the top of it, it takes a lot more work to do that. So I'm going to support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to prompt the question. Question's now open. Councillor Zapp?
Yes.
Thank you. A motion carries unanimously. Accept. City Clerk?
Mayor Dion, we now have bylaw number 3 of 2022 to amend the water and sewer utility rates and fees, bylaw number 22 of 2021 to return the temporary turn off and turn on and reconnection fees in the winter back to $150. The bylaw is for 3 readings today.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards?
I'll move the bylaw number 3 of 2022 be introduced and read a first time.
Councillor Head?
I'll second that.
Thank you. I see no one in the queue, so I'll prompt the question. It is now open. Councillor Zapp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Councillor Edwards?
Well, it's flickering. I do have a comment here.
We'll do the unplugging.
Why in the bylaw do we have the rates of 2023 and 24 included when we officially haven't passed that? That was a plan, but not officially passed. I don't know who I'm asking that to.
Okay. No, sorry, can I go back to your question?
Sure. Just in the bylaw, it notes here the rates of 2023 and 24. And I know that we have a plan for those rates, but they haven't been approved. So I'm just wondering why we include that in the bylaw itself.
Director?
We shouldn't.
Thank you for the question. The rates have been improved in, they actually are in the bylaw right now for that. So they have been approved.
So each year we have the water utility budget and we approve a certain rate for the year. So officially, and I even mentioned this when we were voting, I said during budget deliberations, are we voting on all of these years? And the answer was no, we're voting on 1 year. And we do, we vote on the rates every year. So I don't agree that these aren't an approved rate. They're a planned rate, but they're not approved.
Okay. Comment,
So
Director?
thank you for the question. So the budget, the 2022 utility budget has been approved. The bylaw was approved for a 3-year rate proposal and it was accepted. We have had 3-year utility rates in the past. It's not unusual. Actually, the last one that ended a 3-year span was 2016. So it's not unusual for us to have a 3-year utility rates. However, that can be brought back at any time during budget to change that rate. We did say we were going to review it each year though, too.
Yeah, we certainly did say that.
Yes.
There's a review every year and a plan for the increases. So in my opinion, that I didn't get the right information during budget. It was not, this is approved, set in stone, here we go. Because every year we talk about a yearly budget. And I get it, they roll it out and I think it's a great plan to have those in place and these are the suggestions and these are why. But I certainly didn't vote on the right thing then.
Okay, and I'm going to note it, and if you could flag it too, so when we go into budget, that we make sure we correct that. Okay, Councillor Sierakowski, you had a question?
Sure. Well, there's nothing wrong for administration to prepare multi-year plans down the road. In fact, we probably asked them to do that. In fact, I think at one point, we approved plan for a 6-year plan for the rate increases that I think lasted a year or two. So certainly the conversations are renewed every year and it's important that we plan, but it doesn't mean that they're set in stone.
Perfect. Councillor Cody.
Yeah, there's no question about that we approved. We definitely approved a 3-year plan, no doubt about that. But that did not say at all that you can't review it each year. There's nothing to say you can review anything you want. Bylaws can be reviewed every couple of days if you'd like, but certainly we did approve a 3-year plan. And to be honest with you, I hope we continue with that 3-year plan because we have a deficit in this program and we should deal with it. And if we don't deal with it, I can tell you right now, we're going to have deficit over deficit. And that's not the way to operate a corporation. We have to get to the root of this thing and get it done once and for all. And now is the time to do it, when we have an opportunity to do it. Because I can tell you this, if the first plan that we saw was not 3%. It was a far cry from that. But we whittled away. and then finally come up to 3, 3, and 3 to make 9, which is, I think, what they roughly wanted in the first year to get rid of the deficit. So, you know, I think we've actually given them a little leeway and given them some opportunity, and I think they've done a pretty good job in this one. So I certainly would like to see it stay like this. Now, not to suggest for a moment that we shouldn't review it next year, because maybe something has happened. Maybe we'll have a windfall. And if we have a windfall or have extraordinary rains next year, or don't use any water, maybe we'll be able to reduce the deficit without that. So then certainly a review is in order.
Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, and I certainly voted in favor of the plan. I understand the plan. My only question is just the bylaw. I just don't know why we wrote it, all of those rates in the, it's not a big deal
No.
today. We can review it next year, which we will.
Yes.
And we'll move forward.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue, so I'm going to prompt the question. Questions now open? Yeah.
Nope.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
I guess that's why I stood up in the first place.
So you're moving it?
I'll move the bylaw number 3 of 2022 be read a second time.
And Councillor Head, you're seconding?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, questions now open? Councillor Zapp?
Are you ready for the vote, my vote?
Yes, please.
Yeah, the vote is yes.
Thank you. Councillor Cody hasn't voted yet. Thank you. Motion carries.
Oh,
Councillor
sorry.
Edwards?
Yep. I'll move that leave be granted to read bylaw number 3 of 2022 a third time.
Councillor Head?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. I'll prompt the question for leave. Questions now open. Councillor Zapp?
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Leave is granted. Councillor Edwards?
Also move that bylaw number 3 of 2022 be read a third time and passed, and the bylaw number 3 of 2022 be now adopted, sealed, and signed by the mayor and city clerk.
Councillor Head?
Thank you, Worship. I'll second that.
Thank you. So I'll prompt the question. Questions now open. Councillor Zapp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, move on to 11.9, city auction policy. Councillor Miller?
That the city auction policy number 96 be rescinded.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Head?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? I see no one in the queue.
Wait, just a comment, I think. If you would, just a quick comment.
Just let me reset. Maybe that's what's causing the machine to blow up. Go ahead, Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a comment. I know we've done a lot of work on this and we kind of consolidate some of these policies to speak of our purchasing, our auction policy. I want the public to know that this policy is not disappearing, it's falling into another place, so.
Yeah. Thank you. Bookkeeping cleanup. Okay. Questions open. Councillor Zapp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. And we already did 11.10, so we're going to jump to 11.11. Tax title, disposal of 551 6th Street East and 56 18th Street West. Councillor Kilmer.
I'd like to move that the following tax title lands be offered for public tender: 551 6th Street East and 56 18th Street West, and that upon completion of the public notice and bid process, administration forward a report to City Council for consideration with a recommendation regarding the results of the bid process and next steps.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor
I'll
Edwards.
second that, your worship.
Thank you. I see no one in the queue, so I'll prompt the question. The question is now open. Councillor Zepp.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. 11.12, Housing Reserve Programs. Councillor Kilmer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move that the first-time home buyer program funded from the Housing Reserve be approved subject to finalization by administration, and that administration proceed with preparing the residential renovation program for consideration at an upcoming planning advisory committee and executive committee meeting.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Dion. I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Zerikowski.
Sure, just a couple questions if I may. This is a sector that the provincial government traditionally has a role in and has been active in. So I'm wondering what's going on in their purview. How active are they in this playground? If we move forward on this, is it duplication? Or is this that program that they walked away from, I think, 3 years ago?
Okay, Director of Planning.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Zerikowski, for the question. It's an excellent question. The province, we used to have a few different programs, as you know, the Rental Construction Incentive Program. We had a first-time home ownership program. There's renovation programs as well. However, as you touched on, I believe they were pulled a couple of years ago, and I do not know personally of any new programs that they've developed to replace those. So I'm quite confident that there's no redundancy in what is being approved today. And this is a continuation of a similar program that we've had over the last couple of years with some minor adjustments. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you for that. And certainly I think this program here in front of us fills a need in our community. I'm not sure what the uptake numbers are or will be. It sounds like they've been pretty low in a similar program in the past. But I guess if this is, if the birth of this program was because of the result of the province stepping away, I guess I'm concerned about us filling the void, us filling the gap. Because if we continue with that practice of filling the void every time another level of government walks away from an existing program, frankly, we can't afford anything to fill the void that programs they walk away from. So I like this program. I wish the feds or the provincial government was paying for it instead of us. I think it fills a need, but I guess I'm worried about philosophically about where we're going to go next. Has there been a lobbying effort with the provincial government? Do they understand there's a need in our community? I don't know that. Is this a program that they're looking at coming back with? Why would they if we fill the gap? So, it's a role, it's our citizens. We have a responsibility to do what we can, but it's always about next time and what the ask is going to be.
Okay, Councillor Head?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I read the report, and it's unfortunate. I mean, we talked about this in budgeting, going through this account that was sitting there at $640,000. I was glad to see some clarification around that. It is unfortunate that there was a limited uptake to this program, and so making some changes to it may have some benefits to the residents. I do think that looking at some of the page, I guess 148, looking at the down payment, 50% up to $5,000. I know that doesn't cover it. To help cover closing costs up to $2,000. I know it's more than that. So I know there's some benefits here to assist residents, that qualify, because there is some qualifying nature to this program. One of the things I think is lacking here, though, but I guess I'm reassured by some of the purpose of this, is speaking around our city's most vulnerable. I know I have a motion later today asking to contribute $10,000, and I had mentioned it comes out of this reserve. So it doesn't speak to that specifically, but it does say the housing reserve policy is to establish a reserve that is used exclusively for the funding of housing programs as approved by City Council. So I hope City Council approves that monies because it is in relation to a housing program of sorts in terms of shelter. And so I do think that it should have speaks to that. I think it's lacking in that area because of the limited uptake to this program. I mean, I don't know how many more people are going to entertain this or apply for this even with these changes, or how many more would qualify. So that's my comments. Thank you. And I have one question to the director. Under financial implications, the first one, you're saying $30,000 for affordable housing program. Now, I'm looking at your definitions. I don't see, could you just clarify that a little bit for me? Under that, you're saying if three applications are received, it's a maximum value of $90,000, $30,000 to a resident. How does one qualify for that piece of it?
Okay, go ahead, Director.
Yeah, thank you for the questions, Councillor Head. I'll try to answer all of them for you. To your first comments in regards to the report lacking for some of our nonprofits and to help our homeless and things like that, that is the sector that our affordable housing program touches on. And that is a sector that our, PA Housing Authority, the Riverbank Development, so on and so forth, pull from. Now, what we have allowed with that program is $5,000 per door, up to $30,000. So, and we don't want one organization pulling all $90,000 because we want to accept only 3 applications. So, as an example, again, last year we gave away $30,000 to Riverbank Development Corporation for one of their programs, and then there was another organization as well that we gave that money to. So that money is more earmarked for our nonprofits to help our homeless and low-income rentals and things like that. So I think that sector is being addressed in some fashion. Was that your question, or did you have some follow-up as well there that I missed?
That's it.
Thank you, that's it. Thank you. Councillor Brodnick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear Councillor Zurkowski when he talks about downloading onto us and taking over programs, etc. When I first got elected, it was a provincial and municipal program, and what it was first-time home buyers were buying. I think it was Living Sky condos, yes. And so here you had an empty building, and now you have a taxpayer. And so to give that small amount of money, I think that's the difference, is that we're going to make money off this. Where a person is a new home owner, first-time home buyer, is going to finally get their own place. They're growing up, they're getting their own place, and they're going to then contribute in the form of taxes back to the city. So for me, I don't have a problem with those kinds of programs. That it's a small investment on the part of the city to get and to build our tax base. The renovation is the same thing. I'm excited about that, to see what the Planning Advisory Committee comes up with in the recommendation, that if we're going to improve properties that are run down or whatever, again, it's just going to improve the assessed value of that property by investing a little bit into those neighborhoods. And we will see the return in the long run. So programs like this, I favor 100%. I think it's good for the city. I think it's good for the community, to have, properties that are well-kept, nice, et cetera. And I don't have a problem taking on those kinds of programs because, as I said, in the long run, it's going to help with our tax base and build our tax base. So I support these programs 100%. Thank you.
Councillor Cody.
Yes, Your Worship, I certainly agree with Councillor Zurikowski when he talks about that we seem to be taking up the corner that the province and others have had at one time. I like what I see here in this program, but what I don't like is the fact that we seem to be pushed off the end of the plank from the provincial and federal government. I can recall many years ago, and there are too many for you people to even remember, most of you weren't born at the time when I was a minister, but I can remember those days when we had Section 40 housing, we had all measure of housing that went on, and it was tri-party housing. It was 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And that's the kind of thing we should have. This $5,000 would be perfect if it was added with $10,000 from each the province and the federal government. That's when you'd have real housing. And that's what would be a nice down payment. $5,000, it's a help, absolutely, and we'll go along with that. But why should we always, as a city or communities, be the first ones to take up the slack that provincial and federal governments take away? I have to be, I don't want to be too political here, but I do have to say that the feds have come up with some pretty fair programs recently with regards to housing. But you know what happens is they have to funnel their money through the province. And if the province hasn't got a program, that program won't work. So I think what we need to do as a city and as a community and as SUBA, we need to start putting more pressure on the province to try and get them to help us get the feds on board with some kind of a tripartite program, which I think would be of greater help than what we have here. And yet at the same time, this is certainly a great start and something we have to do, I think, to kind of take up the slack of where we shouldn't have to be, but are at the present time.
Okay, any other comments?
Chair Lennox Zapp.
Go ahead.
I'll start with just a clarification to the director. Councillor Head had asked about homelessness issues, and I just wanted to confirm my understanding of the affordable housing program, which comes out of this housing reserve, is that organizations can apply for funding based on how many units they would create, new units for affordable housing that they would create. And my understanding is that all of the units that they would have built, that they do charge some rent. I don't think any of them went towards a homeless shelter. Am I getting that right?
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay, and then, so now I'll just, I have some comments on some of what we've heard. Yeah, I really agree with the comments I've heard regarding, looking at other levels of government and offloading of responsibility. The question for me is, would this first-time home buyer program benefit the city of Prince Albert? And a big question, and I don't know the answer to this question, is the people that would qualify under this proposed program, would those people buy anyway in Prince Albert? Are these people who, looking at that criteria, without the city's help in this program, would they buy, or would the people that meet this criteria not be able to reach and achieve a mortgage? And I don't have an answer on that, but to me that's a big question. If these are individuals who would buy in our city in any event, then I don't know if this is something we should pursue in our for our jurisdiction. Another question that Councillor had raised was why was there very little uptake in the prior program? The prior program was called the Down Payment Assistance Program, and a major issue that was discussed at the Planning Advisory Committee and in previous reports on that previous program was that we as a city had been requiring a requirement that if an individual received monies and then didn't, their mortgage fell through or they didn't proceed, that we needed to be able to get those monies back, and that required a specific type of mortgage. And there are not many individuals who were willing to take on that very specific, bit of a rare type of mortgage. And so sometimes people applied, but then would say, no, we can't proceed with this program that the city operates. I'm sure the director can add anything if I've missed anything on that, but that's my understanding from our Planning Advisory Committee meetings. And then lastly, just a thought on first-time homebuyer program is that we heard about, that we want people to be paying property taxes. That's a benefit to everyone in the city. One thought I have is that all existing homes, houses that are already existing in our city, my understanding is they all receive a property tax bill that is expected to be paid. So just because someone's a new first-time buyer of an existing home, that doesn't really shake up or change the revenue that we get as a city. Maybe the previous owner goes and creates a new property, but otherwise, my understanding is that amount of revenue would stay the same. Something we've talked about in the past are infill incentives to build houses in infill lots that don't exist, and that's an example of adding revenue to our city. So those were the comments I have on this. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lennox-Zepp, for your comments. The one thing, in regards to evidence, that is certainly the question that we're unable to answer. Anecdotally, we have spoken to a lot of lending agencies, and they've told us that people save for a down payment, they're able to save for a home, but it's either or. They don't have money for a down payment and money available to, let's say, replace a furnace or put new shingles on their property. So it is us just leaning on the experts to kind of help us weave our way through these types of programs. However, they have said that a program like this does certainly help. And your second question?
Those were all the questions I had. I talked about the if you're a first-time home buyer, that home already exists in our city, especially looking at the price point, the $200,000 price point in the report. So my understanding is that wouldn't likely increase our property tax revenue. But maybe, do you have any thoughts about that?
No, you're exactly right. It does not increase our property tax revenue. Our affordable housing program could, because that is generating new units. I think the biggest impact this specific program would have is that housing has a bit of a trickle up effect. So if a first-time homeowner buys a $200,000 home, fixes it up a little bit, and we put them in a position to be able to buy a $300,000 home 5 years from now, well, then that $200,000 home is now fixed up and available for someone that's maybe coming up through that housing continuum. But that is where you'll see these types of programs have the most impact, rather than increasing our tax base like you've suggested.
Thanks for that.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and prompt the question. Oh. Okay, let me go back out of here then. Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's been some great conversation and some feedback here, so I appreciate that from everybody. I want to reiterate, I do think this is a good program. It's unfortunate that there was little uptake to it. Maybe with the changes there will be more. I think, though, it should have a caveat with assistance for our most vulnerable in the city, because the program is affordable housing. I mean, we can say, how about a home for for our vulnerable population. So there should be some, I would hope, some ability to divert funds out of this to that struggle we have in our city. And then I think it would be, more helpful to include that as well, because I don't know how much uptake people are going to with the changes even. So I think it'd be more served helping our most vulnerable in the city. So I'm going to vote no.
Wow.
Which is fine. Go ahead, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, I moved, I think, 5 of these motions. It was new construction, and it was affordable. We saw their mortgage. We were given that details when they applied for this $5,000. We saw their income. These were people that, had they not got that little extra, they might not have been able to buy that condo that was $120,000 or $130,000, whatever they are. So those condos were new. We weren't collecting taxes. So we did add to the tax base. That program did that. And so to say that it didn't do it, or would that person have bought anyways, I don't know if they would have bought anyways. They might have actually bought a cheaper existing property that wouldn't have added to our tax base. But the fact that we gave them that little extra boost, that little step up, allowed them to go and purchase that newer condo that nobody was living in, that we were not collecting taxes on. That's what this program does. It helps people a little bit. I wish we could give them $25,000, as Councillor Cody said, to give them a real good down payment and get them off on a good start. We can't afford it as a city, but we can afford this $5,000 for these vulnerable people and these people that are asking for a little bit of assistance. That's what this is about, and it's a good program. I'm proud that the city does this, and I will vote in favor of this to help these people.
Is it new?
Yeah.
Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. Last item. Maybe I'm not clear. I just want to respond. Reading on one of the reports on page 152, ultimately, in the 2 years this program was offered, 4 applications were submitted. 1 application was approved. Unfortunately, though, once approved, the loan application was not successful to move forward. So there's been no uptake on this.
Well, sorry.
Tara Lennox.
But that's because the province and the feds left us. There's not enough money there. Go ahead, Councillor Zepp.
Yes, that paragraph that Councillor Head just read, just for, if this is helpful, just that the program that we have here in front of us on the motion, it replaces a program called the down payment assistance program, which, as Councillor Head read, we did not have uptake on. I believe that the program that is also being mentioned was the new home construction programs. Those are different than this, and those were very different programs. Just a comment. I'm a member of the Planning Advisory Committee. So we kind of have gone through those many programs several times. So I just wanted to add that those are 2 separate programs. Thanks.
Councillor Kilmer.
Just to add a little bit more detail to this conversation, my understanding is that in Prince Albert, what I have learned as being part of PAC is that this continuum of housing that we have in our city, from the people that are most vulnerable to the people that require no assistance and have housing. This program is replacing, and the director should correct me if I'm wrong, because I probably am, is replacing the program that was previously in place, because the wording specifically caused lending agencies or lending banks to see it as a contribution to the mortgage. So by changing the wording, changing this program, we're hoping to enhance the people that wish to become homeowners, the availability of just a little boost to help them become first-time homeowners. If the director would mind saying a little bit more on that?
very quickly, all I'll say is that you explained that very well.
Good.
We've made the program more accessible.
Thank you. Okay, I'm prompting the question. Questions now open. Counselor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, moving ahead. 1113, RCMP temporary lease, 188 Veterans Way, Prince Albert Airport. Don't fight, I need a second or two. Councilor Gilmore?
Thank you. I move that the lease agreement between the city and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for the temporary use of a portion of Lot 9, Block 103, Plan Number 79 PA 07887 be approved, subject to the following: that the development permit and the building permit for the temporary office be approved, that the term of lease agreement be 4 years, starting February 1st, 2022, and that the annual fee be $2,595.45, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute the agreement and any other necessary documentation on behalf of the city once prepared.
Thank you. Councilor Cody?
I'll second the motion, your worship.
Thank you. Any questions? I see nobody in the queue. Vote is now open. Councilor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, 1114, obstructive solicitation bylaw approval. Councilor Edwards?
Thank you, your worship. Also move the bylaw number 4 of 2022 be introduced and given 3 readings.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Councilor Cody, thank you. I'll prompt the question.
How about discussion?
All right, let me get out of here. Discussion, go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. I'm going to support this as I moved it, but I really think that the purpose of this is to help some of our shoppers and our businesses that are being impacted on a regular basis by people, you know, that are there sometimes very aggressively in their face, soliciting money or anything, cigarettes. And it's become a problem in our city, and it's become a problem for our visitors coming to our city, and sometimes this is the image that they see, and I've been told, like, I don't want to shop in your city anymore. But a lot of this bylaw was already in place, and this is my concern. Yes, I want to move it forward, and I think the changes are good, but we need to educate our businesses that we have a bylaw in place like this, and that they can ban someone from their property. And in my opinion, it's necessary because some of these people are repeat aggressive people that are in faces intimidating on a regular basis. But our businesses, I don't think, are aware of the bylaw, and that's unfortunate. And I do hope that this bylaw is also forwarded to the Police Commission for discussion. I think it's very important that the police commission talk to the chief about this bylaw and make sure that the chief knows that this was something coming from council. And we don't just create the bylaw just to have it, that we want some action as well. So that's everything for now.
Thank you. Anybody? Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. I mean, I know this has been a conversation for a while, and I get we want to look out for our business owners who are struggling, but I mean, this isn't going to solve the issue. People are going to be standing in doorways asking for money. I think this is where that's coming from, and we're now going to shoo them away and give them up to a $2,000 fine. I mean, that's the reason that there is no money. So I don't know if this policy or this bylaw is going to achieve what some of the business owners want. I mean, as of today, I'm thinking if people are being unruly in front of a business, we have the right to call the police and say, could you ask this person to leave? But what this does is just tying into a fine. And I don't know if that's going to serve it any better as well. I guess hearing that there's going to be some banning of people from the store, I think we can do that today without this policy. And if people are being aggressive, assaulting, unruly. But all this does is provide a $2,000 fine to people who don't have the money to pay it.
Okay, any other questions? I see nobody else.
Tara,
Go ahead.
Yes, this bylaw is an existing bylaw with some amendments, especially around definitions. I'm not convinced that the changes to this bylaw will create any major positive impact here. I do read in the report a focus on education, making sure that business owners know, about these, how to deal with these issues. And so I'm not sure if it's the bylaw itself, changing the bylaw itself assists in any way, or if it's more so that we should be focusing on the education and issuing fines for people who are seeking money and don't have any money. I don't know if we can expect any great result with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to prompt the question. The question is now open. Councillor Zepp?
No.
Thank you. Bylaw passes 6-3.
Mayor Dion, we now have bylaw number 4 of 2022 to amend the obstructive solicitation bylaw number 8 of 2007 to strengthen enforcement of certain situations such as intimidation to patrons coming and going from retail stores or places of business. The bylaw is for three readings today.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards?
Also move the bylaw number 4 of 2022 be introduced and read a first time.
Seconder?
I'll move the second.
Thank you. I'll prompt the question. Question is now open. Councillor Zepp?
No.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-3. Councillor Edwards?
Also move the bylaw number 4 of 2022 be read a second time.
Thank you. Councillor Cody?
Yes, I'll move the second as well, but I want to make a comment, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, all I want to say here is, I know it won't pass tonight because we won't get third reading consent, but that's fine. That's fine. But what this needs to have now, this is why this is in public view. It's so that the owners of stores and people like that can see that we're trying our level best to help them. And this is one of the ways to help them. True, the bylaw doesn't do everything for you. It won't take them right off the street on their own, but they have to also help us to some measure. But also, what we need here tomorrow morning is a good communications piece. We need to have our communications department put out a good piece here on this bylaw saying, look, this is a bylaw that got 3 readings, 2 readings tonight, if it gets 2 readings, and we should tell them what's in the bylaw and what we're trying to do for this business community. That's what this is all about. I mean, you're never going to put everything into a bylaw. That's not possible. That isn't possible. I mean, when you've got people out there that are going to harass others, you can't stop that. You can't stop that totally.
No.
You can mitigate it, and that's what we're trying to do, and we can do the best job we can, but we have to communicate with the public and with the people that are out there as on street people that look at what you're doing is not right. You can't do that here. And so if we do that in a good communications piece, I think that'll be helpful to our community.
Okay, questions now open. Councillor Zepp?
No.
Sorry.
It was there.
Sorry, I've got to back up. How do I get rid of this now? I'd like to reject. I'd like to reject. I don't know, I'm on the microphone. Okay, Councillor Miller.
Great, thank you, Mayor Dion.
You're welcome.
So I know the city of Prince Albert has a bylaw number 36 of 2022. I'd like to know how that bylaw is actually working for people who public spit and urinate and defecation. How's that working? I have no idea. How many tickets have we given out for that?
We'll have to get a report because we won't have that available tonight.
Yeah, that would be a good thing to have, because I do believe that ticketing people who can't afford to pay the ticket, what are we doing with them? Are we putting them in jail? Because from what I understand, there's no place in jail for them either. So giving a ticket day after day after day to people, and which they can do something about the situation already, without the ticketing and without, giving them a fine. So I don't understand why they're not doing that already.
Okay, Councillor Brodnick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear you, Councillor Miller. I think what these bylaws do is it helps our police and people in the community trying to stop antisocial behavior. That's what it does.
Yes.
And I don't think it's the fine so much, but it gives the police officer or gives the business owner the right to call the police to say, look, this person is causing this in front of my store or in my premises. And it allows the police officer then to do that. Or if a police officer's, driving by and seeing defecating or whatever, it gives them that opportunity to stop that kind of behavior. That's what it does. And that's ultimately what we want. We don't want our jails full of people other than the ones that belong there. And I think a lot of our problems in our community aren't necessarily homeless people. Like they are causing some problems in the downtown. I get that with some businesses, but I don't think it's all homeless people that are causing these problems. I think we have a criminal element in our community that this is their job, this is their livelihood, and we need to stop that behavior. And that's why I'm supporting these bylaws, whether it be, I would have supported the spitting and defecating and urinating in public bylaw. I would have supported that had I been on council in 2002 that you mentioned. I remember when it came into play, I was teaching law at the time and we had a big discussion on it. And the kids were appalled that they could get a ticket for spitting on the sidelines at a football game. And I said, well, first of all, that's private property. But if it was in public property, then you would. Or if you go out behind, somewhere in Prime Minister's Park and start urinating instead of using the washrooms. I mean, that's what it's about. It's to stop this antisocial behavior. And so we need to support our police and our community in trying to stop this and start making our community a little bit better in that way. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. My colleague to my right makes good points here. It's not all about homeless people. There's some aggressive people in our shopping districts that are there for a purpose. And they know that they can get $1 or $2 or $3 or $20 if they intimidate our shoppers. And as a city council, we cannot go out and say, hey, you stop this behavior right now. We can't do it. What we can do is we can provide some bylaws that give some tools to help assist curb the problem. Because it is a problem. It's not okay to sit back and just allow this to occur. I want people to shop in our city. I want people to think Prince Albert is a safe city. I want them to believe Prince Albert is a safe city. And I hope that a bylaw such as this is utilized by our business owners to say, listen, this guy or this gal has been in front of my business every day causing havoc to each customer that comes in. Is that okay? Or should we as a council just turn our backs and say, just do it, just allow that, no problem. I got no issues. I guess I'm not prepared to do that. I like our city, but our city has a poor image. And that needs to change somehow. And sometimes we just have to provide these tools to try and assist. And I hope it's utilized, but we need to tell the businesses that it's out there.
Councillor Kilmer.
Thank you very much. I would like to say I appreciate what Councillor Miller, and do agree with her, that we do need more reports about if we have bylaws, if they are being enforced, and if they are useful, if they are being used. This bylaw and this change to this bylaw is in place, but this is making sure that this bylaw is much more clear and able to be used in a fashion that will help our businesses in our community and our police. It only looks at the wording, and it is making it much more user-friendly and understandable and clear. I do believe there is time for us to take a look at bylaws and rescind some, but that is for another time.
Okay, I will be supporting the bylaw strictly because I haven't heard any other solution. I haven't. The rest of them says just leave them alone. They can't afford the fine, so that gives them the right to do it. At least this bylaw is not perfect, but at least it's trying to accomplish, to solve a problem. So I will be supporting this bylaw. So I will prompt the question.
Tara Lennox, please.
Okay, can you give me a heads up, Tara, during the circuit, and then I can put you in the circuit? Go ahead, please.
Certainly. Just want to note that what I heard today from the individuals voting no on this topic is not the idea of just, leaving this issue and doing nothing. But what I've heard is that the comments that we currently have this bylaw already, that the changes here are not major, and also, as Councillor Head stated at the beginning of the discussion, that already our businesses and individuals can contact police if there is, unruly behavior. So I just wanted to clarify that that portion. Thank you.
A point. There is no such thing.
I don't think we passed the procedure bylaw.
People just want to aggravate the chair. I don't know why that. A simple little thing, recorded vote, look on the screen, it's printed.
Because it's fun.
No. Don't worry. I still have a vote yet for this. So let me retract all this.
Nope. Wasn't me.
Mhm. Recall. Okay.
Mayor Dion, we have a recorded vote request by Councillor Zurikowski regarding the second reading for bylaw number 4 of 2022.
And maybe we'll send it to the museum as the last one on history. One of Councillor Zurikowski's legacies. Holistically, that is. Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk. Sorry. Okay, sorry. To the Mayor, it's to me.
Mayor Dion.
Hi. That's why it's so much fun to be on council. That's why more people should run.
Mayor Dion.
Oh, you're asking me to vote? Oh, sorry. What am I voting for? Oh, yes.
Counselor Miller, you have to prompt her.
Oh. Okay.
No.
Counselor Lennox Zepp.
No.
Counselor Head.
No.
Counselor Cody.
Yes.
Counselor Grodnick.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Kilmer.
Just hang on. We got a shifter.
Yes.
Counselor Zarkowski.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. We're moving on to 11:15.
No, we still got leave.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Counselor Edwards.
Also move that leave be granted to read bylaw number 4 of 2022 a third time.
Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Okay, I'll prompt the question. Second reading, leave. Okay, questions now open. Leave is not granted.
And my vote is no.
6-3. Is the vote. Okay, moving on. 11.15. Bylaw 15, Fire Services Bylaw. Councilor Miller.
That bylaw number 15 of 2021 be given a third and final reading.
Thank you. Seconder. You second it, Councilor Cody. Discussion? Councilor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. So my concern, I'm in support of this. This is a good bylaw overall. It needed to be done. It needed to be updated. And I'm thankful that the chief spent all the time updating this bylaw or creating this bylaw. My concern, I guess, is the fireworks portion. And I support the banning of the fireworks. There's lots of issues with it. And I get that. And I pushed for it and I listened to numerous complaints. So yes, I absolutely support the banning of the fireworks. However, I would like to see it amended to allow for New Year's Eve and Canada Day. And with the exception of Little Red, where we can't be shooting fireworks at all at Little Red. So the reason I do this, or I would request this, is that I had some phone calls to say, listen, we're pretty decent people. We get together with the neighborhood, we pitch together some money, and we shoot fireworks every year, and now you're making me pay a ticket for something that we've done. The purpose of banning fireworks is the people that shoot it off in the middle of the night on any given night, and it ticks people off. People think it's gunfire. It happens all the time, and the purpose of that was to be included was because of these people that are doing this on a regular basis. New Year's Eve, a little bit different. It's a celebration. Canada Day, I agree with Canada Day too. I myself have shot them off a couple times, not in the community, but in other areas. So I would ask the mover if we could amend that to include those 2 days.
In the park.
And excluding, Little Red.
Okay, we'll see if they agree.
Yes, Mayor Dion, I agree.
Okay, she needs to know exactly where it is in the bylaw so she can find it. Do you know? You what?
Page, sorry, 261.
And Councillor Cody, you don't have a problem with the amendment?
No, fine. Sorry, 267.
No, she's got it. She's just working on the wording. So the wording will be that January 1st and July 1st is exempt from the fireworks bylaw, and that at 365 days a year, it's banned from the Little Red River Park.
So there's section 36C says no person shall discharge low hazard fireworks or ignite sky lanterns or any variant within the municipal boundaries of the city of Prince Albert except on January 1st and July 1st.
Correct?
Is that what we want it to say?
Correct?
Low hazard fireworks,
Right.
not necessarily for lanterns. Those are hazards.
Yeah, but they fall under fireworks too, do they not? I know.
The issue is I absolutely need the specific language you want because the bylaw is going to be up for reading. So I need the specific language. So we're going to say that bylaw number 15 be amended.
Is our city solicitor on Teams?
Yep. He is.
Could we hear his
Yep.
advice, please? I was really gonna get aggravated.
3 words aggravate me. I'm waiting for the last word. That's the bombshell word.
Mayor, do you want to ask him to speak?
Mr. Holash, are you on the line?
I am.
Did you hear what we're trying to do? We're trying to amend the bylaw to
Yeah, so
allow.
I have my hand up, Your Worship. I just suggest section 36 sub C could read and read along with me. Same wording. No person shall discharge low hazard fireworks or ignite sky lanterns or any variant within the Little Red River Park at any time
Okay, that solves the Little Red River Park.
right, comma,
Oh, comma.
or within any other location, sorry, comma, or, comma, except on December 31st dash January 1st each year. Would you like between the hours? Between the hours of,
No.
okay, just on those dates. Within any other location, sorry, at any other location.
Okay, and then you're just missing, we also wanted July 1st.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's all right.
And then Madam Clerk, you just finished that with the words that were there then within the municipal boundaries of the city of Prince Albert.
Shall discharge fireworks or ignite lanterns or any other.
Okay, so I think what has to happen is after it says the little red anytime, that should be a period. Okay? After a period.
No, your worship, no.
Because the way I read it, you can still fire fireworks off in the little red, July 1st and,
No, at any time. It says at any time or except on December 31st at any other location within the municipal boundaries.
okay, so the way it's worded, city lawyer, is then, if we pass this, that means come July 1st or January 1st, you can let low fireworks off anywhere except for the Little Red River Park.
Correct.
Okay, is that satisfactory, Council? Okay, thank you. That's what we were looking for. Councillor Head, comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I'm a little surprised to see that motion come forward, because I thought we had settled this. I've got no calls from my residents in my ward suggesting that we open this up. If anything, it's been quite the opposite. Let's ban this, let's stop it, let's make sure it doesn't happen in our neighborhoods. And then I'm looking at this motion, we're allowing exceptions. I mean, my experience has been when people who aren't trained in firing off fireworks, they're gonna go into the crowd, let alone to the neighbor's house, the neighbor's garage. I just think that it's a fire hazard, a huge one. And I mean, there might be some individuals who do it responsibly, but there's gonna be individuals I think, that pose a risk firing off these in our neighborhood, even on these design days. So I think that the best solution would be to not have it at all. And if we're gonna have the displays on Canada Day and New Year's Day, we do it as a city and not as an individual in the backyard. So I'm not supporting this.
Good point. Any further discussion? Oh, Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I don't disagree. I waffled on this one extensively. I did receive some calls. I took it into consideration. Currently, it's not against our rules to shoot fireworks within our city. So we are making a major change. Currently, anybody can, I believe, I don't think I'm wrong on this one, currently anybody can go buy a firework if you're over a certain age and allowed to buy the firework and shoot it off in the neighborhood or in your backyard. It's allowed. So we are doing a major change. Like, these things go off weekly in the summer, daily in the summertime. So this is a major change. And that's why I thought, well, okay, I don't want to make good people bad because they want to, have a little firework once in a while on a Canada Day, which is a celebration. We're not allowing birthdays. We're not allowing other things. It's just 2 days. And I waffled on it. I don't disagree with you. I did. But I think it's the right thing to do for now.
Okay, the fire chief would like to speak. How do I prompt him? Or you just prompt him? Go ahead, chief. You're live.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to bring to council's attention, Bylaw 22 of 2008, the current bylaw, Fire Emergency Services Bylaw, does allow for low hazard fireworks, the fireworks you guys are referring to. However, there is no allowance for public property, period. There is a small section which speaks to school property with signature or sign off from the school board, but that's it. So With the proposed wording, that would be a new venture, and allow, from what I gather here, would allow fireworks, parks, and public spaces when the initial intent was for private property only, under our current bylaw.
So the way it is now, with this changes, it doesn't protect us then from public spaces?
That's a question better for Mitch, but the way I read it, it's just disallowing the Little Red River Park. I could be wrong.
Yeah, or any other possible change the wording and make it so.
Okay, Council.
Ban public spaces, right, whatever he wants in there.
Go ahead to the city solicitor. Do you hear what the debate is, what the chief said?
Yes, I did. The section 36 prohibits the low hazard fireworks in the community within the municipal boundaries, completely private or public property. These exceptions would indicate that would allow fireworks on both private and public property, December 31 and to January 1st and July 1st. If there was intended to be a distinction and a preclusion against low hazard fireworks on public property, we would need to exclude that specifically.
Okay, the person that asked for the amendment is asking that it be not allowed on public property.
If I could ask the, I have the wording there.
Do you see it, Mitch?
I can. I'm just making it a little larger for my weak eyes. Can you just scroll up, please, Madam Clerk? Scroll down. Yes, perfect. And so after the word except in the second line on the top of that page.
Oh, you're moving right there, under red.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So it should read, no person shall discharge low hazard fireworks or ignite sky lanterns or any variant within the Little Red River Park. Are you adding words there?
Yeah, I did. You want me to take it out?
Yes, please. Little Red Park at any time or except on private property with the owner's consent on December 31.
Mm-hmm.
Or July 1. Take the comma, please, out after July 1. And any other location, yes, and that reads well. After the city of Prince Albert, though, Madam Clerk, please put a period after that and remove the word and. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councilor Kilmer.
Thank you. I'm not entirely sure that we need the part about the Little Red River Park at any time. I think it singles it out for no reason. The idea being that it can only be on private property on those 2 dates. Everything else is mute.
That's probably correct with the wording we added. You could delete within the Little Red River Park. And then you would delete the word or.
Okay.
And I think that's it. Thank you, Councillor Kilmer.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Before I prompt the question? No? Okay, I'm prompting the question. No, it's on the motion. No.
So the motion is on the bylaw being amended and that it receive third and final reading. Oh my God.
I have one question. I'm just very sorry. Get not on the fireworks.
Okay, well, hang on here then.
Somebody set up a spare
Go ahead, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is on page 263. It's number 24, portable fire pits. All portable fire pits on private property shall not be used on wood decks. So there's a lot of people that use fire tables these days. Lots. And I'm wondering,
It's not a fire pit. Fire tables with natural gas.
it says all portable fire pits. So it doesn't, I don't see anything here that excludes propane or natural gas, but maybe I'm not reading it properly.
Okay, well, ask the fire chief.
Chimney and portable fire pits, number 24, page 263.
Can you bring the chief
Or
on?
19 on the actual.
Did you hear his question, chief?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Edwards. I believe the fire pits you're referring to or would be under section 27, which is barbecues, propane heaters, and patio heaters.
Yes.
So if someone chooses to have what I believe you're referring to is the fire pits that are gas powered, typically propane, that would fall under section 27.
And they're allowed. And they're allowed.
Yeah, there are conditions.
Yes, but they're
conditions for
allowed.
that, and I'd have to go through that if you wanted the specifics, but
No.
yeah.
No, as long as we're not banning them off decks that people, I mean, they're using them all the time. That was my concern. It was just a flag that I saw. Thank you.
Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question, I guess, on procedure. I know that this is the third and final reading. I wonder if the mover of the motion would like to defer to the next council meeting to allow some public feedback rather than just on the 11th hour making this amendment changes. Because my understanding was this report was mostly for, I thought this was decided on, but this report is mostly to do with the hydrants on personal property is kind of why this is back in our agenda. And again, I thought this has been decided on. So I'm just curious if there's the mover would be willing to defer to the next city council meeting because there's no fireworks coming up as far as July 1st and January 1st is passed. And I don't know how quickly administration wants to move on these maintenance of the hydrants on personal property, but maybe we have another month to deliberate, I guess.
Okay, and just so you know, it was more than the hydrants when they referred it. It was fireworks. Because I remember the discussion. No, we're getting ready to vote on third reading, but he's asked the mover if there was an issue to delay it till the next meeting so the public would have more input on whether we should allow fireworks on January 1st and July 1st, because that's a major change from the bylaw, from banning it totally. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
So that's up to you, Councillor Miller. You can proceed or you can... Oh! Sorry.
I would like to proceed on it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm prompting the vote. Third and final reading.
No, this is for amendment to the bylaw, and the bylaw proceed to amendment and third reading.
Okay, so it's the motion to get to the bylaw, and if it passes, then I'll pass it to the city clerk. Okay. The vote's now open. Counselor Zepp?
No.
Okay, bylaw passes, or amendment or whatever. So off to the city clerk. 6-3. Go ahead. Madam
Mayor
Clerk.
Dion, we now have bylaw number 15 of 2021, a bylaw to provide for fire prevention, suppression, and protection services to Prince Albert citizens, including the fees and charges for fire services and fireworks and pyrotechnic control within the city. The bylaw is for amendment and third reading today.
Thank you. Councilor Miller?
The bylaw number 15 of 2021 be amended as follows. That section 26C be deleted in its entirety and replace with the following. No person shall discharge a low hazard firework or ignite sky lanterns or any variants at any time except on private property with owner's consent on December 31st, January 1st, or July 1st each year at any location within the municipality boundaries of the city of Prince Albert.
So I don't want to prolong things, but city solicitor, why do we have December 31st on there? Is it so they can start shooting off fireworks before midnight?
Well, that's up to council.
Okay.
But your worship, I'm pretty unhappy with the language there. It's difficult to see on the screen, but it sure doesn't read well.
Yeah.
The way it's been revised. We've made the changes that we made to accommodate the redundancy that Councillor Kilmer suggested requires some further work around the word other. And so there's a restructure that's required there I know your intent. I know the intent of the mover and from the discussion, but it does require some better sculpting there.
You mean wordsmithing?
Yes.
I thought it was pretty straightforward. No person shall discharge the warrant or... Go ahead.
Yeah, I think if you at the end of the second line or any variant at any time, and then you put at any, bring the last part of the language up to at any location. So if you cut, Madam Clerk, if you cut at any other location within the municipal boundaries of the city of Prince Albert, if you cut that, and then place that after the words at any time, and pasted it there, and then remove the word other. And then if the mover wishes to remove the December 31st date, it could be January 1st or July 1st each year.
I just want to know why you put December 31st on there. Because it's New Year's Eve and they're going to start shooting it off at 10?
I'm not sure if I took that from the debate or if I just assumed that, Your Worship.
Okay. We'll just leave it that way. I don't want to throw any more curves out there. Okay, we need a seconder for the motion.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it's actually section 36C.
Okay. I need a seconder to Councillor Miller's motion. Councillor Edwards?
I'll second that, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Fire Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Not trying to further confuse this issue, but,
Then why did you come on?
well, I think it's important.
I know. Go ahead.
When looking at the bylaws across the West, and where there were allowances for specific holidays like Councillor Edwards proposed changes, there are specific timelines that would be in order, that would be in contravention of the noise bylaw. And that's what other municipalities looked at. So as an example, some of the wording that was inscribed on the date on, July 1st from sunset to 1:10, 1:20, in contravention of the noise bylaw as an allowance. Just a suggestion, when we have other municipalities with allowances, they actually shore up responsibilities as well. The responsibility on the property owner for care, use, and discharge of those firearms.
So, no, but it says July 1st, so I could be shooting them off at 11 o'clock PM on July the 1st and still be legal.
Yeah, as long as you don't shoot it at 12:01, July 2nd, it's fine.
That's July, December 31st. I like the timeline, 12:30.
We have rewritten this now 2 or 3 times by very learned people, and I think they're both right. And now there's another suggestion made on time, and I don't think that we as a council know what we're doing here when it comes to this stuff. I think we need to go to what is, I think, by what other municipalities have done, and I'd be prepared to move that we do not read this bylaw at this time, but put it over to the next council meeting. And ask administration to further study and bring back the proper amendments.
And I would agree, as long as any counselor has any other changes, they send it to them. Otherwise, in a week or 2 weeks, we're going to be in the same position we are today, trying to amend something. Canada Day. Administration for development. Do you agree to that, Councilor Miller, or do you want Councilor Cody to make a separate motion?
No, I agree to it.
Okay, and who was your seconder?
I agree, absolutely.
All right. Okay, so we have a new motion to defer it to the next meeting of council to get the wording and the timing, and to refer it to the fire chief and the solicitor to get it correct with timing and wording and stuff like that. Okay, is everyone understand that, or do we have more comments? Okay, can you shut your mic off, please, Councilor? Yep. Okay, so I'm going to prompt the question. Question's now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Okay, passed unanimously. Thank you. No. Okay. Okay, just a suggestion, we're halfway through the agenda. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break? So we can fresh our drinks, go wherever we need. So we'll just break, and it is going to be a quick 5 minutes. So just a quick 5-minute break, please. Okay? Yep, good. Thank you, everyone. We've restored our coffee and our breaks, and we're ready to proceed. So we'll start with 1116, Procedure Bylaw, third reading. Councillor Zirikowski.
I move that bylaw number 23 of 2021 be given third and final reading.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Cody.
Second.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Zirikowski, you have a comment? I see your light's still on.
No, just try to speak.
Okay, thank you. I'll prompt the question. Okay, the question is now open. Councillor Zepp?
No.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-1. Madam Clerk? Oh.
I don't know where she was. Oh, God. I don't share my cigarettes.
Mayor Dion, we now have bylaw number 23 of 2021 to regulate the proceedings of City Council and Council's committees. The bylaws for third reading today.
Thank you. Councillor Zirikowski.
So I move that bylaw 23 of 2021 be read a third time and passed, and that bylaw 23 of 2021 be now adopted, sealed, and signed by the mayor and city clerk.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Cody? Councillor Cody? Thank you. I will prompt the question. Question's now open. Councillor Zepp?
No.
Okay, motion carries 8-1. Thank you. 11.17, 2021 City Council and Executive Committee Records of Attendance. Councillor Miller.
That the report be received as information and filed.
Thank you. Seconder.
Thank you, I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmer. I see no one in the queue. So I'll move vote. When they come for the audit, you should ask them if it would lock this. Oh, because, you know, with these long agendas, it takes me quite a while to record of attendance there. I'm in that one. Okay, questions now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. 11.18, 2022 Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Convention Resolutions.
No, I'm on the resolutions committee, so I will.
Yes. Councillor Kilmer.
Thank you. I move that the following resolutions be forwarded to the SUMA's Resolution Committee for consideration of the 2022 convention being held on April 3rd to the 6th, 2022. That number 1, changes to revaluation cycle for the cities. Number 2, timelines for the amendments to the Local Government Elections Act. 3rd, endorse municipal election dates for cities to May of 2025. 4th, clean up of abandoned hydrocarbon sites. 5th, addictions and homelessness. 6, removal of administrative fees on funding grants. And 7, additional administrative fee for the assessment appeals.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Miller.
I'll second Mayor Dion. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one in the queue. Oops, I do now. Yeah. Well, I thought I'd delay and you'd turn his light on quicker.
Thank you, Your
Councillor
Worship.
Head.
I'll be quick. I just want to make a quick comment. You know, I know we weren't able to attend, or anybody wasn't able to attend many events last year. This will be our first convention for
Yes.
our newly elected here. So looking forward to get to the podium and on the pros and cons mics on each of these items here. So looking forward to this event.
Thank you. And what happens, just so I give the new things, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Ted, what happens, these resolutions actually make it to the floor only if they clear, SUMA has a resolution committee, which our counselor sits on, and it goes to them, and then they'll select and compare with all the other ones, and then they'll select which ones they think are in the best interest of the organization.
And that goes to the board yet?
And then that goes to the board, and then it goes to the convention floor. So we have 7 there, we might have 3, we might have 4, we might have 5. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thanks again for that clarification. And I want to thank Councillor Zurikowski for being a member on this resolution committee and all the work he's done on that SUBA front there. So thank you.
Thank you. Ooh. Okay, the question's now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you, carries. Thank you, there we go. 11.119, Aquatic and Arena Recreation Project Parking Lot. Okay, who's going? Okay, Councillor Kilmer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the parking lot design concept, option number 2, which includes a 3-meter, 10 feet wide parking stalls for the Aquatic and Arenas Recreation Center, be approved.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Edwards?
I'll second that, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards?
Yeah, thank you. I do have a question, Your Worship, and never really thought about this, but overall parking design, I think it's going to be the open concept similar to the Art Hauser. But one of the flags raised was the racetrack at the Art Hauser, is how it is, and whether we would, I don't think we're here yet, but whether the rubber partitions or anything like that would be installed, so it would be a little bit more difficult. Something to consider, just a comment. We're not
For
there
future.
as part of this vote, so thank you.
Thank you, and we'll make that note. Okay, I'm going to prompt the question. Question's now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you, passes unanimously. Thank you. It's the parking lot. 1120, Aquatic and Recreation Center Project Handicap Parking Options. Councillor Zurikowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the resolution that says the handicap parking lot design concept option number 3, which includes a total of 30 handicapped parking stalls, 9 at the Aquatic Arenas Recreation Center, and 21 handicapped parking stalls at the Event Center be approved.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Kilmer?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Comments? Councillor Zurikowski.
If I may, what I'm excited about this singular item is that we've gone beyond the minimum. In fact, the city's bylaws only requires 20 of these stalls to be present at this location. And what I like about this option is we're going to do more than the minimum. We're going to have seniors attending. We're going to have seniors who have mobility issues that need to park closer to the doorway. And what this motion says is we're going to make room for you. Both of those folks who have mobility issues and the seniors who need a little help as well, as long as you have your placard So we're going, I hope we decide collectively to go above and beyond the
20.
minimum number. And with with our new design of wider spaces for mobility and handicap parking stalls, I think it's going to improve the quality of life for a lot of folks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Miller.
I'm glad to hear that we're doing above and beyond the city policies on handicap zones, but I know that there's a national standard of parking spaces for accessible parking. To the director, are we doing the minimum of the national standards?
No, we're about that, but we'll ask who's gonna, oh, that's Craig. Parking is Craig.
There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Miller, for the question. I can confirm that our zoning bylaw does meet our national standards. So if in approving tonight's resolution, we would be going above and beyond our zoning bylaw, in which we'd also be going and above the national standard. And we'll also be reviewing the site plan for conformance with our other barrier-free requirements as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no one else in the queue.
Tara Lennox-Zepp, please.
Okay, can you, just to help me speed along, just bud me in before I start changing? Go ahead.
Certainly, I'm also trying not to interrupt anyone, so I'll do my best to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, my question is for administration, probably the Director of Planning. I'm wondering, why did administration recommend option 2, the 26 stalls, as opposed to option 3?
Thank you, Councillor Lennox-Zepp, for the question. I'll get our Director of Public Works and Community Services to weigh in as well. I know at the Art Hauser Center, they are 3 meters, and they work quite well there. So my understanding is that they wanted to meet or exceed those standards. But if I'm missing some information, I think our Director of Community Services or Public Works would be able to add to that.
So who wants to? Go ahead, Wes, to comment.
Right. What we were trying to achieve by selecting that one as a recommendation, that it would be greater than the bylaws.
Good.
But it would be at least equal to what we had at the Art Hauser Center and the Alfred Jenkins presently. But we also added a third option that you could go even above and beyond that, which was what the committee selected.
Okay.
And then, just as follow-up, why did administration recommend option 2 instead of going even further above and beyond to option 3?
No, they recommended option 3. You're wrong. They've recommended option 3 with 30 stalls. Option 2 was 26.
So I can just read from the report here that administration was recommending in the report option 2, and the committee is recommending option 3.
Yes.
So I'm just asking administration, why did administration recommend option 2, which still went above our bylaw requirement to 26, instead of option 3, which went really further above and beyond our bylaw?
Again, all I can do is reiterate what I said, is that we were trying to at least go as high as the Art Hauser Center is presently, which is above the bylaw. So we were matching that. But we also gave the option to even go beyond that, which is the one that the committee selected, which we're fine with.
And are there any red flags? Are there any concerns that 30 of these stalls will cause any issues for traffic flow, et cetera, et cetera?
None. They're separated from the majority of the regular parking stalls.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll prompt the question. Question is now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Move on to 11.21, Aquatic and Arena Project Competition Pool. Councillor Kilmore.
Thank you. I'd like to move that the aquatics and arenas, that the competition pool access with the design concept of stairs and a lift, do you say that as davit? To meeting the accessibility specifications code represented as option 2 be approved.
Thank you. Seconder? Councilor Cody? Thank you. I see no one in the queue. Go ahead, Councilor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question for, I guess, maybe the committee or the director. Looking at the ramp style versus the stairs, I know the committee had suggested the stairs and, provided some rationale about bigger deck surface, but is there limitations now for anyone who wants to access through wheelchair? I guess, I'm sure you guys had this conversation, just would like to get some clarification on that.
Do you want to answer that, Councilor? There is no limitation because we have both stairs and the lifts, so we can do wheelchairs, we can do walkers, any disabled person we can get into the water.
Thank you.
That was our main thing, and we did, Councilor Kilmore and a few of us did discuss the issue with people with disabilities. Okay? Okay, I'll prompt the question. Okay, the question's now open. Councilor Zepp?
Yes.
Thank you. Passed unanimously. Motion carries. Okay, 11.22, Prince Albert Recreation Center approval to pre-tender and pre-qualify general contractors. Councilor Kilmer?
Yes, I'd like to move that 75% detailed design presentation of the new aquatic and arenas recreation center as illustrated as Prince Albert Recreation Center be approved, that the architects proceed to tender-ready drawing and specifications, and that the project team proceed with pre-qualifications of general contractors for the new aquatics and arena recreation center illustrated as the Prince Albert Recreation Center.
Thank you. Seconder? Councilor Edwards?
I'll second that.
Okay, comments?
Yeah,
Comments?
yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I shouldn't have kept my light on. So a couple of questions, I guess, is here we are, we're moving towards a pretty exciting building here. The aquatics has drawn some attention here. So just for clarity purpose, what's the size of the overall aquatic center that it's going to be? What square footage is it and what square footage is Melfort? I wonder if the director, one of the directors might have a similar comparison. Sorry,
Yeah. Who sort of wants to tackle this 11th hour? Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Hicks, go ahead.
Thank you. The square footage of the aquatics in the Twin Pad Arena is 150,000 square feet. That's considerably larger than in Melfort. There's the main swimming pool. There's the wave pool, which is larger than theirs. 2 water slides larger than theirs. Our jacuzzi pool and our river thing. So it's definitely larger. I don't know the size of Melfort's, but I can tell you this is much larger.
so it's significantly larger. I just wanted the public to know that. This is going to be a very, very impressive building. Some of the questions, does it have a wave pool? Yes, it's got a wave pool. Does it have a lazy river? Yes, it's got a lazy river. Does it have a hot tub? Yes, it's got a hot tub. Water slides? Yes, it's got water slides. 2 of them, as a matter of fact. A gradual entry into the pool. it has a gradual entry into the pool with play structures, which is pretty awesome. This is very exciting for Prince Albert. Very exciting. I can't wait for this to be built. How many of us have trucked down the road to birthday parties, and now you can stay local in PA to have it here? And this is huge. This is great for PA. It's great. I can't wait. Everybody should be excited about this.
Yes. Except for the city of Melfort.
Well, yes, but they've had a good run.
They've successfully got us for the last 10 years, and now we'll reverse it.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your positive comments. Councillor Zierakowski.
Thank you. I do want to thank the exhaustive process Community Services has done with all of the user groups. They've gone not once, twice, but in some cases 4 or 5 times to the user groups to have that consultation, to see what their needs are as we move through this design phase, because they're going to be a big part of the excitement to move from their current facility into this new one. So that's very exciting. I also do want to thank the communications department for their work on social media to get some of the details out over the last few days. I think that's an important part of getting the information out there. I think the days have gone past where we expect people to open up the City of PA website, although we'd love them to. But we need to find a way to push that information out. And thank you to the communications department for doing that over the last couple of days. But I do want to throw it over to the Director of Community Services. I'm going to ask the question this way, I think. Are there any details, any aspects of this new design, this new facility that you would like to throw out to the public, make them aware of some features that would add to the excitement, the new features in this facility that the public would get excited about and the user groups to get excited about as well? I think, the administration has done a wonderful job on this. I think we want to make sure that we give them a platform as well to brag a little bit about what's to come.
Yeah, I think Councillor Edwards got it pretty good, but we'll get the director to add to it. Director of Community Services.
Thank you, Mayor Dion, and to just follow up to Councillor Zierakowski's comments, in the 2 different areas of this project, I would start with the aquatics. In my opinion, on the Parks and Recreation side, the biggest value I see in the new aquatics facility is the fact that you're going to be able to operate a leisure area in conjunction with a 25-meter, 8-lane competitive pool. In our current situation, and as you've heard over the years as well as councillors, one of the challenges we have is the pool temperature. So we have different pool temperature needs for competitive swimming, and we have different pool temperature needs for the leisure and swimming lessons and, programming for children and therapeutic opportunities and things like that. To expand our capacity, we're going to see a much greater attendance at this new facility, and not just from Prince Albert residents. We're going to see the region, we're going to see the province, and we're going to see events happen in this facility as a result. So to be able to control both of those aspects separately, expand our capacity, and really make us a destination for aquatic opportunities in the city, I think is a fantastic thing that we're going to see as we move to construction and opening. On the arenas, the piece that I would speak to with the twin pads is the opportunity to host major tournaments involving multiple teams or skating competitions through our skating club in one location. So to have the ability to go back and forth between 2 rinks that are right under the same roof creates a lot of logistical opportunities for those tournament or event hosting committees. You're no longer, not that Prince Albert's a large city, but no longer do you have those added logistics of transportation to other facilities that are hosting the same event, assuming you don't need more than 2 rinks. But that ability to host it all under one roof, to have all our services in one location, to have the tournament services all in one location is going to be fantastic. Some of the things that the groups, if I just could quickly, mentioned for the rinks is the opportunity as well, all the different multi-purpose spaces that we have in the building. So the ability to overlook the arena in our main boardroom on the second floor of the raised spectator seating area creates an opportunity where they can host even their clinics, their training opportunities, and all those different things that they host in other facilities and then have to transport over to use ice in another facility, dry space in another facility, meeting room space in another facility perhaps, sometimes moving 3 different locations within one event. This will house it all under one roof. So it's going to be a major destination. We're getting a lot of positive feedback, as you know, and having also the aquatic opportunity on the leisure side. If little Sally, who's a sister maybe of little Johnny that's in a hockey tournament, but maybe doesn't want to sit in the rink all day and, you know, watch hockey or watch the skating competition or whatever it may be, the opportunity to have that aquatic opportunity right in the same facility, a great opportunity for some of the younger family members perhaps or siblings to partake in. I mean, I can just go on. And as the district starts to expand as well and some of the surrounding businesses that'll be there as well, it really creates that destination that we're looking for. And I'm very appreciative to be part of the process. This is a very great thing to be a part of when you're involved in recreation, and the opportunity to open this facility, and appreciate council's support on this.
Right on. Okay, I'm going to prompt the question.
Oh, sorry, Tara Lennox up. I was trying to get onto the queue there.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Question for administration. Are there any environmentally sustainable things about this design that we could talk about?
Hang on, Jody. Sorry, I have to go back to my screens and shift. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Lennox-Epp, for the question, and also I see Wes available too. So we can confirm that the technology that goes into these types of new builds these days takes into those environmentally sustainable, takes that all into account, that sustainability moving forward. The ability to capture some of your, for example, from your ice plant, to capture heat from that and be able to distribute it through the building allows you to lower your requirements through your utilities. So when we're looking at heating the building or looking at even in some cases cooling the building, you're able to capture a lot of what your equipment emits. So in our current facilities, that just, you know, dissipates into the air. What the new technology allows you to do is capture it and then redistribute it throughout the facility rather than just drawing regularly off your utilities. We still will have a utility requirement, power and energy, of course. But what this new technology does is it allows you to reduce your requirement, reduce your footprint. And I think it's a responsible thing for us to do as well as we build this new facility.
Well, plus everything's going to be LED lighting right from day one.
You have LED lighting. You have a lot of contactless opportunities too, like in your washrooms and things like that. So moving it into the next century, I think, is a really important aspect as well. It's going to see all the different modern technology that you would expect in a new building. And the other piece that I didn't touch on and the other opportunity that Councillor Zurkowski prompted me on that I think is somewhat covered in the handicap parking is accessibility. So, and also the pool competition access. Throughout the building, this is a facility that'll be accessible. Accessible for people with disabilities, but also accessible for families. So we have family change rooms, also male and female change rooms, but it provides, I think, everyone that's going to be accessing the facility the right to be able to access space they're comfortable with. And I think that'll also improve our participation as we move forward. When you have that opportunity where people are comfortable visiting it because it suits their comfort level, it just generates greater participation. And that's the stuff we heard from the groups as well. So to be able to offer that compared to some of our older facilities that we currently operate where we are restricted when it comes to accessibility is going to be a fantastic improvement.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Zepp?
Sorry, could I ask, is the intention to have a transit stop location at this facility?
Well, we're not there yet, but I would think so. We're not there yet, but I would think so. We haven't got there yet. But I would assume so, but we haven't got there yet. Do you want to comment more on that, Wes? We haven't. No, okay, yeah, we haven't got there yet.
I also wanted to ask if there's been any discussion about electric car plug-ins for electric-powered vehicles into that parking lot. I know that some places are considering that to try to draw people in that in that manner. Has any discussion gone on that?
Only if there's available where there's a charge for it. So we are looking if there's podiums where you can go and put $10 in and get $10 worth of power. But that's the only discussion there's been. It hasn't gone to the committee or the final approval yet.
And then my last comment is really a question for members of council. I guess I'm wondering if as a council, if we are wanting to look at any further additional environmental sustainability efforts for this building.
Well, my answer is no. They've done what I think is required, but Councillor Zierakowski.
Thank you. I have one more question before we go to a vote. To the director, if I may. For the purpose of the public, what's the target date for the start of construction?
Did you get the question, Director of Public Works? The start date?
Yes, am I on?
Yeah.
Yep, you're on.
So the schedule in the project or the council report, potentially we're looking at construction start in April of this year.
Yep, the April of this year. And a 2-year construction period or 18 months? I can't remember which.
Well, we're planning for 24 months. We're hoping for 18, but that'll depend on what we get back from the contractors.
Thank you. Councillor Miller?
So are we too far gone to actually put some green initiatives into the building and to the whole situation around there?
Like, what do you mean? Give us an example.
So are you too far gone in the design and your concept and all your whatever jazz to add any green initiatives to it?
Like, what do you mean by green? We put in LED lighting, we're recovering heat recovery.
Yeah, so.
Are you talking like solar panels on the roof?
Solar panels or other green initiatives.
Go ahead, Director.
So we looked at every possible angle for energy savings and being as environmentally conscious as we could possibly be. But we didn't chase things that were going to actually cost us more money at the present moment. Solar energy would be a great addition to the building, but we couldn't find a way to even consider having enough solar power to run one side of the building or the other side for under $1 million. We also looked at geothermal, but that's the same story. The upfront costs are very high. The recovery wasn't within the 20-year window. So that doesn't mean that those can't be added in the future if the capital costs for those things come down in the future. It's the very reason why most people don't have them on their houses yet, because it still is very expensive capital construction. But for green initiatives, we've done everything we can, as Jody and the mayor has noted. We're doing heat recovery off the chiller plants from the arena, high efficiency windows, high efficiency insulation, high efficiency boilers, everything we can possibly do that reduce our footprint.
It's really unfortunate because we do have access to funds from the Green Initiative through FCM and through the provincial and federal governments.
Yes, and we did look at them, but with a 20-year payback, it did not make any sense. Well, you're welcome. Anything else you'd like me to look into, I'd be pleased to do that. Okay, I see, Councillor Edwards.
I'm gonna
You're good?
shy away.
No, that's, yes, thank you. The vote is now open. Counselor Zepp?
Yes.
Okay, the vote passes 8-1. Okay, moving on. 11.23, Prince Albert Event Center Design Presentation. Who's gonna, Counselor Edwards?
I think I can see it. Also move that the schematic design presentation of the Prince Albert Event Center be approved, and 2, that the architects be approved to proceed to detailed design of the Prince Albert Event Center.
Thank you. Seconder? Counselor Kilmer?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Discussion? Counselor Head?
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, I know we've had many discussions about this leading up to it, and it has been controversial to say the least. I should just mention that I will.
No, I wouldn't say it's been controversial.
Well, that's my opinion. That's right. So
Okay.
I'll use that. My opinion has been that because of the residents I've heard, the conversations
Thank you.
I've had. So I'll be voting no today, just because that it's an unfunded project as of today.
Thank you. Counselor Edwards?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So, Prince Albert Event Center that we're looking at here, we've got the budget to move forward to the schematic design. It's funded.
Correct.
Something that we need to do to price it out, everything out to move forward. So what we're looking at here basically is an event center that can attract numerous people to the city and drive economics.
Yes.
Concerts, which we need. We need events in the city. We don't have large industry right now, hopeful in the next year or two we see, but this will drive people to our city. And that excites me. But also, we look at the Art Hauser Center right now, which essentially this will replace. Why? Well, there's some demands. If the Art Hauser Center is what, 40 years old, Director, approximately?
71.
So how old is that? 50 years old. 50 years old. So if we don't move forward with the replacement of this arena, it's only going to cost more money. And these facilities don't last forever. And there's some demands from the WHL that we can't meet. So if we don't move forward with this virtually, we're going to see the Raiders go by out of our city. And I don't want to see that. It's certainly one of the biggest things that people like to attend in our city. Whether they win, lose, or draw, people still go. It's still an event to go out in our city. And now an attraction in a building like this, if we look at this picture, wow, that's pretty amazing.
Yes.
That's going to attract people just to go. And I like that idea. People coming to our city, people out in our city, that's a positive. We need it. We need some positives. It's not all about the negativity that goes around in Prince Albert sometimes, the crime, the poverty. It's not all about that. This is a very big win to move forward with in our city. Yeah, we're just here. We haven't seen the cost yet. I'm waiting for the day that we see all the breakdown. This will help get us there, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But I mean, look at the design that they've come up with. This is the bowl there. They've created, the people of PA asked for the atmosphere similar to the Raiders. Well, to me, you look at that, that's going to create it as close as possible. That's exciting. We look at some of the designs, the club lounge with 400 seats. Well, how big is the Chess Leach right now?
Yeah.
320. This is bigger. I look at the sports bar design where people can mingle, because that's what people do these days is they go to these hockey games to chat, to go have a beverage, to go, whatever they want to do, communicate with their people, watch the game on the TV. This is state of the art. And Prince Albert, being the third largest city in Saskatchewan, needs something like this. It's time. We've already approved and funded the aquatic center and the 2 arenas. That's going to be a big draw. Now you add something like this, an event center. This is very positive. Our Art Hauser, you talk about green initiatives. The Art Hauser costs so much money in power and heat and all of that. It's time to replace the old technology. And whether they went so far as installing solar panels on the other buildings, it's still going to be way more green than what we have currently. 50-year-old buildings. I don't know whether the Art Hauser is the oldest that we have of the Kinsman and the Stewart, but close. We're replacing old technology. This is amazing. I can't wait to see further.
Okay, I have a few comments, then I'm going to go to Councillor Brodnick. I think, and I'll go to you, Councillor Lennox. Thank you for giving me advance notice. You'll be right after Councillor Brodnick. What excites me is, thanks to council, I had the opportunity to join our director when we talked to all the clubs. And you know what they all said? Oh God, we can have tournaments. We can have nationals. We can have provincials. We can have events that we couldn't have before. In case the council doesn't realize, that converts to economic development. That's what's going to fill our hotels, our restaurants, our gas stations, is these events. And every group, whether it was the skating club, whether it was the pool people, whether it was the Mintos, whether it was minor hockey, whether it was the Bears, we're all so excited because it gives them such a great opportunity to expand their programs and invite teams from Western Canada to come and see our facility. And I think that's the part that got me most excited because that we've been waiting for so long. Think about it. We're the 3rd largest city in the province of Saskatchewan, and we don't own our own swimming pool. Think of that statement. 3rd largest city in Saskatchewan, and we don't own our own swimming pool. That's a pretty sad statement for me, you know, when you think of it. And so that's why I'm so excited about this program. And moving forward, it is really going to change the economics and the look and the draw to our city. Okay, Councillor Brodnick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Head's point about controversial, it was somewhat controversial. It passed 5-4. Okay, that was the vote to proceed with the beginning of all of this. And then there was a group that attacked us 5 that voted in favor of it and slandered us and etc. Called me a crook, a criminal. So, but it was a group of 4 people, okay, that did that. And yes, there's a lot of negativity. However, I'm going to vote in favor of this proposal. I have to see the funding. Like, this is just the design. The funding is not there yet. And that's, I think, where we need to then question, can we afford this once the design is done? Looking at this drawing on paper is fantastic. Can we afford it as a city? If we don't get provincial and federal funding, we can't afford it. There has to be provincial and federal funding to proceed with phase 2 of this particular project.
Or private.
Or private, a significant amount, okay? And that's where I think we then can question whether we proceed with phase 2 of this. Phase 1 is a done deal, and it's a fantastic deal. What I like about what we're doing, and why I initially voted in favor of all of this, is it's creating an entertainment district. We have a historical district in Prince Albert. We have an arts district in Prince Albert. We have a new commercial district in Prince Albert. We're getting an educational district, a post-secondary educational district in Prince Albert. We have the trails of 1885. We have the Red River Trail that went from Winnipeg all the way to Edmonton, that goes through Prince Albert, that goes actually through that area. And that better be protected. Okay, as a historian, I'm making sure
Don't
that.
go there. It's already protected.
I'm
so don't
telling
go
you,
there.
I will make sure that we protect that and acknowledge that. And so this is nothing but a good thing for our city. Speaking with Mayor Dion's comment about economic spinoff, there is a huge economic spinoff. And finally, the community clubs and the groups, user groups, will be able to contribute to that economic spinoff. Right now, the major number one, in my opinion, economic driver is the Raiders, but second to that are our two high schools that host a tournament in a non-COVID year, a tournament every single weekend. They provide hundreds and hundreds of hotel rooms every single weekend. Now, add our community groups, our hockey teams, our minor hockey teams. 51 girls teams actually just contributed, and they're using all the community clubs. Think about all situated in one area. And if I was an entrepreneur opening up a business, man, I would want a restaurant close to that particular area. If I had the cash, I would do that. But that's what's going to happen. It's going to create so much economic spinoff. Question is, I hope we can afford it all. And I will vote in favor of this initial drawing because it's going to tell us how much is this going to cost, and then, as I said, we will determine whether we can afford it or not. So I hope everybody votes in favor of at least the idea of, can we do this? And, as Obama said, yes, we can.
Councillor Lennox Epp.
Thank you. Firstly, a question for administration. What is the amount of funds that the city has budgeted for the purpose of getting this design created?
Go ahead, Mr. Hicks.
Thank you. Well, that was a motion in council, and I don't have that number right in front of me, but it was just a little over $3 million.
Thank you.
And that's for this design work that is on the motion today.
Yes.
Did I understand that correctly? Okay. Now my comment is, so I appreciate the answer, and that's my only question. My comment is that the Community Services Master Plan has a whole section regarding new buildings and infrastructure. And a big part of that section of the Community Services Master Plan is public consultation. And what I would really like to see is broad public consultation. I know that our administration has been doing lots of speaking with user groups, and that is wonderful. I would also like to see broad public consultation directly to residents. We've done it in forms of surveys, online, etc., in the past for other issues. And I think for this, we need to follow that community services master plan, and part of that is broad public consultation that I think we really need on this topic. So that's my comment here as well. I guess thinking about the price tag that we're dealing with, that we've already budgeted approximately $3 million for the design that we're talking about in this motion here. Like, we're talking major project and major dollars. Thank you.
Okay, I'm prompting the question.
Requesting a recorded vote, please.
Unfortunately, it's not allowed. Under the procedure bylaw, we eliminated recorded votes, as every vote that we take is recorded and put on the minutes. So if anyone wants to see how anyone votes, they just go to the minutes and they'll see how we voted.
That's perfect. I didn't know if that would apply to today's meeting, so that's great. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Okay, your vote?
No.
Thank you. Pass 6-3. Thank you. Okay, 1124, action items from City Council Executive Committee, and Budget Committee. Oh, okay. Councillor Edwards?
Also move that the action items be updated as indicated in the open items document.
Thank you. Seconder? Thank you, Councillor Cody. I'll prompt the question. Councillor Zapp?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Okay. Moving on. Unfinished businesses? Have none. Mayor and councillors forum. Oh, sorry. Councillor Kilmore, then Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just want to take the time right now to thank volunteers, Ken Dick and his crew at the East Hill Rink. It was perfect timing, the discussion that we had here. He and his paid attendants and the volunteers that make the East Hill Rink go is tireless, especially this year with all the snow. And I would like to invite the public who live in Ward 7 or Ward 2, that's the surrounding area of the East Hill Rink, to please consider joining the board. They're in need of 2 members in the regular board, and they need 2 members on the ice side of the board. So if you have some time and you want to belong to a great crew of people that do good things for our community and our area in the East Hill Rink area, please do. And thank you to Ken Dick and his crew.
Thank you. Councillor Brodnick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple here.
Go ahead.
First, I want to just formally congratulate Deborah Chassis. Deborah Chassis grew up in Prince Albert. She lived, actually, she's very proud of the fact of where she lived and her story. She lived on the very last house on 15th Street West by the penitentiary. She is from a member of Atakakuk First Nation. She used to pedal to high school every day on her bike, attended St. Mary. I think she graduated 79, a year before I did. I knew her in high school. I graduated in 80. She went on to get to be accepted at the University of Saskatchewan in engineering program. Now you have to remember this is 1979, 1980. Women were like 2 and 3 in each class of 60 students at the U of S at that particular time. First Nation women, that was remarkable of Deborah to achieve and be accepted. She got an engineering degree. She went on to get her law degree from the University of Saskatchewan. She went on to Ottawa and got a master's and then a master's at Harvard University, John F. Kennedy, I think it's John F. Kennedy School of International Studies or whatever, master's degree. Got hired in the Canadian Foreign Service, and she became an ambassador to the country of Vietnam, the Canadian ambassador to Vietnam, a First Nation woman from Prince Albert. And as her position, because it was a prominent position, she was able to promote human rights and women's rights around the globe. And for that, she was recognized by our current Governor General and was called to be a member of the Order of Canada. So I think we as a city should congratulate her, acknowledge her, and thank her for pursuing human rights, pursuing this image of a role model for all people in our community and across the country and around the world. So I congratulate Deborah Chassis on being called to the Order of Canada. Secondly, I want to thank and also congratulate Jamie Benson. Jamie Benson, longtime volunteer at the Historical Museum. Over 20,000 volunteer hours this man has put in to the museum. He's finally retiring. And I'll tell you, if I wanted to know any little story about Prince Albert, ask Jamie and he'll know exactly where to find it in the archives. He's the Mr. Archives there. He's the man that managed the largest archives in Saskatchewan. You have to remember that. The Historical Museum has the largest archives in Saskatchewan outside of the provincial government's Saskatchewan archives. It's the largest archives, larger than Saskatoon's city archives. And he managed it, organized it, created a massive amount of volunteers, and finally he decided that it's time to retire. And so Jamie Benson, thank you, and good luck in your retirement. And last but not least, this past weekend, the Canadian-Ukrainian Congress Saskatchewan chapter has asked all residents, 140,000 of us Ukes in Saskatchewan, to stand with Ukraine against foreigners attempting to invade that particular country. And so I'm proud to say that I stand with Ukraine, and I hope all residents of Prince Albert, whether you're Ukrainian or not, stand with that nation. This is a situation of world peace. We need to stop the aggression of that neighbor, and it could threaten world peace. And anyways, I stand with Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I agree too. Okay, any other comments under Mayor's Forum? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move to number 14, inquiries. And I actually have one, and then I'll go around the table. And it's towards Public Works and maybe also bylaw. And it's time that we start lifting snow from blind spots. And what I mean by blind spots, we've created some quite high snow piles. So when you go to turn left or right, you cannot see the oncoming traffic. We've done it, but also we have quite a few private contractors that are piling snow on private property and has pushed it actually onto our property so you cannot see it. And I had a business contact me today. We had another accident at one of those intersections, and what was the problem? They could not see. So I think we need to act swiftly on this, and I will be bringing it up to the director and the snow removal people tomorrow, that we cannot, when we do snow removal, cause blind corners for our citizens. We don't allow people to grow hedges or have fences. So if we do it, we should, instead of doing certain snow lifts, we should tackle this problem right away because we do have some issues. And one of them too is out by the RCMP. We had another bad accident out there and they couldn't see. And they pulled out and got clipped. So I think it's a twofold thing. As a city, we have to correct the ones that we have done and do it quickly, and also at the same time get on the private residents, businesses that have piled it on their property and caused blind spots. Because at the end of the day, we want everyone to be safe in our community, and we have lots more snow to come. And just so council knows, today, the city has officially now, so far in the snow season, received 2 feet of snow. So we've got lots of snow on the ground, and we still have lots more to come. So, and you can just tell by the residents, we have residents that don't have a place even to put it left in their yard. So I want everyone to be safe, and when we're piling snow, remember not to cause blind spots so we cause a hazard. Okay, and then I'll move on to Councillor Miller, and then Councillor Head, and then Councillor Vodnik.
Thank you, Mayor Dion. I have an inquiry about how many tickets have we given out for public spitting, urination, defecation, and I wonder how many tickets also for the back lane bylaw has been gone out.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. My inquiry today is again along the lines of yours as well, and I'm happy to hear that you're asking Public Works to not only do like cleaning our streets, but also doing a lift because of some of the dangerous roads, and more particularly around Midtown. I know the city and some of the residents in Ward 3 have reached out about some of the grading on certain streets on Midtown, and I'm wondering if the director is going to be eventually getting it. I realize that there's a lot of snow, 2 feet. I realize that there's 240 kilometers of roads, but not only grading, but I'd like to see a snow lift done on that town area as well. So it's all over the city, correct? Councillor Zarkowski.
And I'd like to remind everyone that we have over 240 kilometers of street. So I know all our streets are important, but people need to know the volume that we do have. Councillor Brodnick.
Thank you. Mine's dealing with snow as well. But
It's snow
mine is to
season.
the Director of Finance. We have I need to clarify, because in budget deliberations, we had a lot of discussions around our snow reserve and our snow budget and our snow levy. And I think it was called a snow and infrastructure levy. Is that correct, Director of Finance?
Hello, yes, you are correct.
Okay, and so it was originally called snow and infrastructure. And so the money that was collected was just over $1 million, is that correct?
It works out to about $1.3 million.
1.3, and so most of that money went to snow removal, some went to infrastructure for its intended purpose. So council or admin did not shift money into this project or that project. It went to those intended purposes, is that correct?
It went for snow management and it went for future infrastructure reserves.
Thank you. And then at budget time, we as councillors kind of talked and wanted just a snow budget, correct?
Right.
Levy, I should say, correct?
Right.
There was discussion.
And I think we directed that that's what we want this $1.3 million to go into, just snow, not future infrastructure or anything like that, correct?
I believe so. There was quite a bit of discussion about different options.
Okay, so those were my inquiries about snow, and I'm very happy that we answered them tonight so that the public knows exactly how much money has been collected and what it was used for, and it was used for its intended purpose. So that was my inquiry. As far as snow lifts go, I empathize with our public works. I know we all want the snow lifted on all of our streets. It can happen. 13th Street in Midtown is fantastic after last week when they did that. I drive it every day, well, twice a day, 3 times a day. And yeah, when you go on to 12th Street, it's a little bumpy, but you know what? It's not a major road right now. Just like, you know, some of the other streets are not major roads. But our major roads, I think, are Public Works is getting them done. And so it's more of a comment than an inquiry, but I needed to just comment that we all would like it, but man, we can't have it all.
Yeah. And just, you know, just to add to your comment, we fund snow removal. We fund it. Whether it's going to be on a credit or a deficit, we fund snow removal. And that's why we're changing it to go all to snow removal, because some years we'll have credits and some we won't. But we fund snow removal. Okay. Yeah. And that should be loud and clear. We fund snow removal. Okay. Oh, Councillor Miller, back to you with another inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dion. So, seeing we're bringing that up, and we're not in the budget committee, but we're here on city council, so everybody can hear this. So when we go into the budget again, because we still have another session to do.
Yes.
I'd like to know how much was going to snow removal and how much was gone to infrastructure.
Okay.
Each year.
Okay, good question. Okay. That's it? Okay, I'm going to move on to then, we're moving on to number 15, inquiry responses. We don't have any. Oh, good. Okay, number 16, notice of motions. Oh, one over here. Councillor Head.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a notice of motion. I'm not asking for leave today, but I'll go ahead and read this motion out and leave the paper with the city clerk. I motion that the administration provide a report to members of council outlining the practices established in other Saskatchewan municipalities to replace lead service connections for citizens.
Okay.
Lead services, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Kilmore.
Thank you. This is not for tonight, but for upcoming. That Public Works Department provide a report regarding snow removal and road conditions during the past year that outlines the following considerations for consideration by members of council at an upcoming meeting. Number 1, efficiencies and challenges faced by the department. Secondly, the number of calls, emails received by the department in regard to snow or road conditions. Third, response times for the city crew to address the calls, email requests received. And necessary changes required to policy number 8.2, the snow and ice control policy, website information and/or communication to the public that would increase the efficiency of our snow removal and residential support.
Thank you. And that's quite a lengthy, so make sure you give a copy to the clerk.
I will.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're moving on now to number 17 motions. We have one for consideration tonight, 17.1. Councillor Head. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the city contribute $10,000 in funding to assist in the operations of Prince Albert's Day Shelter / Moose Lodge. I'm maybe adding to it our homeless shelter. It's all one building now, which is ran by the Prince Albert Grand Council Urban Services.
No, it's not one building, the shelters. We still operate at the exhibition and down there.
Yeah, so,
It's
yeah,
additional.
but they've included, we just passed a motion tonight to include some beds into that Union Center as well.
Okay.
So it's all encompassing.
Okay, seconder? Thank you.
Chair,
Yeah, Tara? Did you have, you want to be put in the queue?
yes, please.
Thank you. Councillor Head?
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, again, this motion come forward a month ago when the lodge had just opened, and I know talking to Natalie, there was a lot of struggles with financing. I realized today, hearing that there has been 88,000 money funding from the minister or from the province and 30,000 from the federal. I would love to add our municipality to that list with this $10,000 motion. You know, and just kind of putting in perspective of individuals, I think it's important, like we hear calls and talking about the snow removal, having to live in the snow, not having a place to go, you know, is kind of some of the challenges these vulnerable people face. You know, I think this money, I'm going to say to be a little drastic, this is going to save lives, this shelter. And so it's important that we do our best and all we can to support that. And that means financial contributions. 10,000 doesn't seem like a lot when we're passing $3 million for a design. I think that it's not, I don't think it's going to put the city out, but it definitely will make a huge difference to the individuals that are attending that shelter. So I ask City Council here to assist me in passing this motion and providing that 10,000 contribution to that center and the people working there who are doing a great job in our city.
Okay, in the queue is myself, then Councillor Brodnick, then Councillor Lennox. I will not be supporting your motion, strictly for the reasons that were given before. Number one, maybe I want the $10,000 to go to my house. Or maybe I want the that puts in shelters 365 days a year. Or maybe I want the $10,000 to go to Brian Howe's project. We have lots of projects going on. But the other reason, so $10,000 isn't going to do it. And the other reason I don't support it is we've done our job. We passed emergency shelter regulations to allow the rezoning of that. We've been on the phone advocating for more money. And again, I want to thank Jeff Desmond from the Grand Council, plus Jim Toy, our city manager, who has been in constant contact with Minister Carr from Social Services and got the 88,000. That's our job. Now you say, you know, you compare it to the rink. Well, I'm not going to compare it because that's totally a different project. But I am going to talk to you about, we haven't finished our budget. We still don't want to increase the taxes to the level that our budget is suggesting. So you're asking us to spend another $10,000, which I won't, because I am really good at saying, this is municipal government, this is provincial government, this is federal government, and stay in your ring. If you go into their ring, they're going to say thank you. And next time when I ask for 88,000, they say, well, you gave money before. Why don't you give some of that money? And that's why I cannot support this. To me, I think the job, I'm going to give our administration kudos, right from Craig upstairs in planning, who works with the group of them to get funding, and that's how we got the funding to get the shelter open at the exhibition grounds. I want to thank Donna Brooks for my house, the work that the Y does. Granted, I give the Grand Council credit for opening up the homeless shelter, and with our help, we got 88,000, and that's our job. And whether it's 10,000, 5, or 60, that's not our responsibility. And I've heard it loud and clear from our taxpayers that they don't want us to get involved, because as soon as we open the door from downloading with the government, that door will be wide open. We'll be inviting more and more. And I've had 20 years' experience with the provincial government, and I know that is a fact. That all we've ever talked about, every year we talk about more downloading from the province, more downloading. This is a big area that we should not get into, strictly because it's just not homelessness, it's addiction, and we are funding. We're putting $10,000 in to see what the problem is, how we can have an action plan that actually going to move forward and solve the problems that we have. And I think that's our responsibility, not just at the quick moment because it's a feel-good thing, well, let's give them another 10,000. The biggest other reason that I'm not supporting it is they didn't ask for it. They did not ask for it. They asked for our support in rezoning. They know our responsibilities. We gave it, and we gave it quickly. They asked us to assist with advocacy, and we're very good at that, and we did. And we were very successful at that program. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting your motion. Councillor Brodnick, then Councillor Zepp.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, Councillor Head, thank you for your motion. However, once again, I don't think, I'm not going to support it, okay? And I think you know that I'm not going to support it. And I'm not going to support it not because I don't care about the homeless and the vulnerable. You can ask Natalie herself whether I care or not and how much I've helped and done. And I shouldn't have to stand here, but I know the attacks are going to happen right.
Absolutely.
5 minutes from now, people that are watching, Grodnick doesn't care about homeless and vulnerable. Well, I live what I preach, or I try to, and I fail many, many times. And my model is St. Francis of Assisi, who says, you know, preach the Gospels and use words if necessary. And that's what I try to live my life on. And I'm not here to give a sermon here, but what I'm saying is that if I vote against this, I'm not against the vulnerable. I mean, talk to Donna Brooks and our house and the YWCA, our house, how much a month I help and give. Talk to Homer, talk to, you know, all these other groups. Talk to Cheryl Kimbley whenever there's a need in our community, and they'll let you know. So the biggest thing though here is why I'm voting against this is because this group did not ask for this money, and we have no idea. We can't give $10,000 to every. I mean, I could make a motion tonight. Let's give $10,000 to PA Community Meals so that they can pay for sandwiches for the vulnerable. Let's give $10,000 to the Salvation Army
Oh, yes, I forgot about that.
food location. I mean, I would love to do that. And if these groups, and Bernice Eye Center, all the great work they do, if these groups would come to us and ask for assistance and say, this is what the money's for, it's not even directed what it's for. So that's what we need to do, and we're spending taxpayers' dollars here. And that's our responsibility, is to be transparent on how this money is going to be spent. And that's what I want us to do. And so, Councillor Head, I would encourage you to get Natalie and Jeff Despens to write requesting. And I would, if it's outlined and it's within our means, I'll support it. But right now, coming from one of us, just to give money to an agency, I don't think so. I don't think that we should be doing that, to be honest. And so I'm going to vote no on this motion.
Councillor Zepp?
I want to express appreciation to the Prince Albert Grand Council. They added beds for people who are homeless in a very quick manner when they saw a need as our weather got cold. I think that that there could be some benefit here of us as a municipality, you know, financially partnering and saying, look, we want to financially contribute in this manner because we recognize there's a problem, we recognize a need, and we want to put finances behind that need. I appreciate the sentiment and the putting the motion forward by Councillor Head. I think it comes from a very good place and wanting to make positive change and take action on a really difficult and complicated topic. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue. So I'm going to prompt the question. Questions now open. Councillor Zepp?
Yes.
Motion is defeated. 6-3. Thank you. Councillor Kilmer? Seconder? Yep. All in favor? Yep. We're adjourned. Thank you. Great meeting, people. Great exchange. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye now.